You're negative. This is the negative channel. You're negative. Trust in Spurs. You'll get the deal done. What an absolute disgrace Tottenham Hotspur are about to be. We have been in talks with Eze for how many weeks and can't get it over the line. And Arsenal in one day are about to get this deal done. I guarantee you by the end of the night we get a here we go for Arsenal. This is an absolute disgrace from Daniel Levy and Tottenham Hotspur. From the whole kit and caboodle. An absolute disgrace. This is what happens. All you people, not all of you in the chat, where are all those people? Don't worry. As long as the deal gets done by the end of the window. No. No, the window has been open for 3 months. 3 months the window has been open. 3 months the window's been open. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. When we say Ben, wait, a source. I'll show you some sources. How about this? I'll show you some sources. How about this one? How about the biggest sources out there are all saying the same thing? Here we go. Let's have a look. This absolute disgrace of a football club. Arsenal have approached Crystal Palace to sign Eberechi Eze. Surprise move follows Kai Havertz's knee injury. Yeah, surprise move. As Arsenal try to offer more to both player and Palace to try and win against Tottenham. Negotiations underway. I'll tell you what, let's have a look at another one, shall we? Which is even more damning. Where's my mate Ornstein? Where's Ornstein? Here we go. David Ornstein. There we go. Arsenal make move for Eze. And the 27-year-old wants them. Of course he does. We said all along, if Spurs allow Arsenal to come in, we are not going to get this player. Get the deal done before Arsenal come in. Get the deal done before Arsenal need to come in. But no, don't worry, everyone. As long as it's done before the window shuts, don't worry that we waited till this long in the window. Arsenal make their move for Eberechi Eze and the 27-year-old wants them. Tottenham lined up the deal with Palace. Tottenham lined up the deal with Palace today and player, but after Havertz's injury, AFC now closing in on the England international. If he proceeds with choice, Tottenham will pursue other targets. I would say I'm surprised. I'm waiting. Where are all the people now? Telling me this is why you wait until the end of the window. This is why you do not wait until the end of the transfer window to make your signings. People telling me today, Havertz has got nothing to do with this. You know, don't we all know? Don't we all know he's going to Arsenal now? I mean, let's be brutally honest. Tell me if I'm overreacting, people. Don't we all know that he is going to Crystal Palace? To Arsenal. Spurs are going to need to pull some rabbits out of a hat. Some massive rabbits out of the hat. I've tried this window. I've tried up until the last week to really believe in Levy and Enoch. That this time they might just get things done. And this is an utter disgrace. This is a disgrace. I'm not saying this is only Levy, by the way, but how on earth have we been talking this much for this long? And Arsenal might nick in at the last minute and just go boom, 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 deal done. I'm genuine. What's the point of Champions League? What is the point? So far this window, So far this window, and I'm sure a lot of you can understand my annoyance right now. You're all Spurs fans as well. So far this window, we have signed a right winger and a midfielder on loan. What an absolute disgrace of a transfer window from Tottenham Hotspur. Sorry, my camera's well off. Sorry. What an absolute disgrace from Tottenham Hotspur this is. And our rivals. I said to everyone, do not get in a race with Arsenal. Do not get in a race with Arsenal. He'll pick us over them. No, he won't. No, he won't. He won't pick us over Arsenal. He won't. I genuinely, if he joins Arsenal tonight, that quick, it will show that we have been an utter joke in the last 2 weeks. Listen, I've got a lot of guests lined up. Don't worry. I was due to be starting at 8. So I have got guests lined up for 8 p.m. You don't have to look at just my ugly face for the foreseeable. But what do we... Here we go. John Percy of the Telegraph. I mean, look at this. Look at this. We're a disgrace. We are a disgrace. Look at this. I am so pissed off. Like, if you think you've seen me pissed off before, you have no idea how pissed off I am right now. Look at this. John Percy, who's very reliable. Arsenal are close. They only went in for him today. Arsenal are close to agreeing a fee with Crystal Palace for Eberechi Eze. Total package worth over 60 million. Pursuit led by Arsenal sporting director Andrea Berta. Yesterday, we heard that we had agreed a deal in principle. How shit can we be? This is Tottenham. This is Tottenham. I want all the YouTubers that keep telling me, it's okay. It's okay to wait till the end of the window for transfers. As long as we get it done by the end of the window. No. And you know what? I almost respect Arsenal at this stage. I'm going to say it. Dan, this is going to piss people off. I would do pleasantries, but good evening to you. I'm almost in admiration for Arsenal that they are going to nip in. They are going to nip in and in one day get the deal done. And we've been talking to this guy for how long? Dan, I'm so... Dan, you've seen me furious. I am fucking livid.
Why? Seriously, why? Give me an honest answer here. What did you honestly expect? Now, don't talk to me with anything hope, again. Yeah?
Never anything again.
Talk to me with hope and that, yeah? You were the one who sat here and said to everybody, this will happen because it has to happen. I turned around and said to everyone, it's Spurs. Don't get your fucking hopes. Sorry, it's early. Don't get your hopes up, yeah?
You're right.
At the end of it, I mean, we've got that name Spursy. We've also got another saying now these days that ain't ever going to go away. It's who we are, mate. Deal with it. Are you genuinely surprised here? Genuinely surprised. Okay, little bit of a shock on the side, like, whoa, I thought we had the deal done, maybe. But are you actually surprised here in any means or manner?
Mate, I'm surprised because we've been at the table for so long. I'm surprised because we've been at the table for so long. Am I surprised? Listen, you are 100% right. Everything you just said there. The one thing I'm going to give myself credit for is saying, if we have to go up against Arsenal, we ain't getting him. And Arsenal have come in, and this guy is not even thinking twice. From what we're seeing, Arsenal are going in immediately above £60 million. They'll offer him whatever he wants, wages-wise. Why would he not pick Arsenal over us? What?
If they're offering more money, more places, more everything, look, it just comes down to the same crap again. This is what I've been saying for so bloody long. Take too much time, someone comes in and snatches it from under you.
Dan, here you go.
Your
Sorry to cut you
money.
off. Here you go. Sorry, Dan. Sorry to cut you off, mate. Here you go. Following talks tonight, Arsenal are convinced that Eberechi Eze prefers them over Tottenham. 60 million package offered to Palace with easier add-ons and faster payment terms to try and beat Spurs. Fuck off Tottenham. I have tried to give this chairman the benefit of the doubt. This is absolutely Sean, dude, read the room. Sean, read the room, mate. Read the room. Sorry, Dan, as you were, sorry.
It's just basically that same thing that I've been saying for how long, and I had several people debate me on it. I know there's a deeper side to it. Just put the bloody money on the table. When the deal is there to be done and you know there's people breathing over your shoulder, I know there's a way you want to do a business that suits you or saves you a quid or it's better for you to pay it. But when you've got it, pay it. Do it. Stop piss balling about. How many players has this cost us now because we've took too much time? This is what I mean when I say put the money on the table. This is exactly what I am saying. Now, I get there's other things that have to go on and whatever, but it looks like to me that the thing that's dragged this on is we didn't slam the money on the table clear as day and we wanted to piss ball about, pick at that, pick at this. Fine. We got his wages sorted and everything else. He seemed happy as pig in shit from only saying from the pictures I got. But again, we didn't put the money on the table. Simple as that. Arsenal go and put the money on the table. The deal can get done overnight. This is what I debate with you and others and everything else. Put the bloody money on the table. You get a deal done. Now, okay, if someone else wants to jump in over and do it, it can still happen. But if we would have done this 3-4 days ago, 5-6 days ago, then it would be done before whether Arsenal were going to go for him or not. I don't think they were. It's the Havertz injury that's pushed them on to do this. And all of a sudden, they've just come in and said, thank you, come again, we'll see you tomorrow. And that is because we do not put the money on the table. We do not pay it up front. We piss ball about too much. We take long. And there we go again. Is anybody genuinely surprised here?
Do you know what? In the moment, yes, but in general, no. Like when this show finishes, Dan, and I reflect, no. I'm literally sitting here now going, what an absolute fucking horrific transfer window this has been. Eze was the shining light, right? Eze was the savior of this window.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's going to be 20-year-olds. You know it. I know it. It's going to be 20-year-old footballers. I am honestly big up to everyone in the chat. And I'm sorry we're not. Listen, I was going to come live to you with the. To be honest, I should change the title of my show. To be honest, I'm going to change the title of my show because I'm actually embarrassed of what it is. Guys and girls, sorry. I thought we were coming to you with more of a Palace want Richarlison and we want Wissa, and now it just looks like it's going to be a straight deal. This is going to be a straight deal.
But Sava, I thought all these deals were so complicated and everything. I thought all these deals had a lot of this, a lot of that. I get they do, but I thought they were that complicated that they take this long to do it. Yet Arsenal pop in and then within 48 hours, done deal.
Essentially, what Arsenal have done here is waited for us to get to the selling point, gone in with a little bit more and different terms, done. They've seen that we've hit the point. They've gone in and gone, what is it, 60? We'll give you 60. I'll tell you what, here's our terms. They're better than Spurs's. I'd love to sit here and say I'm going to be wrong. I'd love to sit here and say I'm going to be wrong and Spurs get the deal done. I am absolutely fucking fuming.
But it also shows, Sava, it is as simple as that in some aspects, yeah? Now, we all know there's a lot that's got to go on behind. No, but it shows we know stuff goes on by the lines. But it is as simple as that if Spurs would have put 60 million on the table and said, we'll give you another 5 million, the deal would have been done 3 or 4 days ago.
We've put 60 million on the table. So whatever the terms are that Arsenal are doing are better than ours in terms of payment terms. I'm furious. Jermaine, dude. None of that, please, mate. None of that. None of that.
It's the same.
We're allowed
it's
to.
the
We're
same
football
stuff.
fans, guys. Just because sending voice notes to rival fans. What are you talking about? Sending voice notes to rival fans. I've no idea what you're talking about, mate. Do you know what I don't understand? We're Spurs fans. We're allowed to be pissed off, people. We're allowed to be hurt. We're allowed to be pissed off. Just because I come on stream every day, put my face to a camera, doesn't mean this doesn't fucking hurt me. Who are we getting now? Where are we going with this?
Well, that again is what happens when you just focus on one thing. And we seem to just have the capability of focusing on one player at a time. What do these other people get employed to do? Is this down to Daniel Levy? Well, this one, it's actually looking like it because he was the one who had the meeting with the fella, so it all says and everything. And like I said, again, as simple as that. If it's starting to get a bit edgy and it's starting to be, okay, yeah, but maybe we want a bit of this and a bit of that or whatever, fine, just put the deal down that they want. I'm sure it wasn't 60 million up front and the deal would already have been done. Arsenal have just come in, looked at what Spurs have done and said, right, we'll give you another 5 or 10 million altogether, whatever the number is, random number. Palace have said, yep, thank you, we'll have that, nice one. And he's now turned round and said, sweet as a nut, I'll have that one. We take too long, we hang about and we get caught out for it time and time again.
Sure. Connor, welcome. So you know the group that I left earlier today?
Yeah.
And they're all set. Don't worry. This is why it's okay to leave your business till the end of the window. I'd rather wait. What was the line? I'd rather wait for the right player than get the deals done. Than get the deals done quickly. Connor, I think I'm going to slowly get out of the anger stage. This is now just the what's the point stage for me. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, I'm still in the anger phase, but I will be despondent. But I didn't want to say this, but what have I been saying? This is the reason I was one of the 20 at the protest on Saturday, and people will not learn, will they? They just don't learn. This is the history of Enoch. This is the history of Levy. People will say, "Oh, Parish was." I'll tell you what. We'll see how quickly Arsenal get it done, as to whether it's Parish who's difficult. Let's see how quickly Arsenal get it done versus how long we've been fucking around. And this wouldn't even be a question if we just triggered the release clause for a player that is absolutely worth 60 million plus 8 million in add-ons. And
Connor,
so,
does it make it worse?
this is.
Connor, does it make it worse when people in the chat are saying it's not the end of the world? Of course, it's not the end of the world, but doesn't it make it worse that this not only is going to be Arsenal that do this to us, right? But the fact that the banter now, football banter, we're not going to hear the end of this at all. This is going to be like we won the title at White Hart Lane. This is going to be like that.
Yeah,
this is going to be like that.
It's another thing, isn't it? It's another thing that they can banter us over, which shouldn't have even been a question. Because, as I say, if we look, Parish might have been being difficult, but if you triggered the release clause, you didn't give him the opportunity to be difficult. There was a release clause for this player. It was 60 million plus 8 million in add-ons, which Eze is absolutely worth. You've given Arsenal this opportunity to come back in for a player that we all know would have been happy to sign for either Spurs or Arsenal. He obviously prefers Arsenal, but we know he would have come to us if we had triggered that release clause. But now with the Havertz injury, we've given them that opportunity, and this is it, isn't it? This is Levy and Enoch's Tottenham, but this one is the prime of the examples, isn't it? This is just, and by the way, this is. Let's have it right. We need Eze more than they do, even with that Havertz injury. We don't have a number 10 at the club who's fit.
So basically, Connor, so they
outrageous.
get an injury. They get an injury to one of their. Listen, I would say key players, but you know what I mean. One of their main squad one of their main players for over the last few years. And the morning they get the injury, they rock up to Crystal Palace and go, how much do you want? Oh, well, Tottenham have offered 60. Okay, we'll do this. Plus, we'll give you this. Blah 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 blah. So that's what Arsenal have done. Tottenham lost James Maddison 3 weeks ago. Tottenham lost Kulusevski how many months ago?
2 months, 3 months ago.
Some went when? Yeah, no, fuck this. Sorry, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. Big up, guys. There are 2,000 of you inside the house, which means we know something bad's happened or something very good. And being Tottenham, we know it's going to be more bad than good. If you haven't smashed the like button, please do. There are 2,000 inside. We should not have 290 likes. Please smash that button. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. There's 2,000 of you. We're 300 away from 22,000. We should be able to hit that like that. Please subscribe to all my guests as well. Mikal, thanks for joining. I'm going to blame you, Mikal. I'm going to blame you. I'm not seeing your phrases. And then you pop on my screen as Arsenal are about to do a 20, at the moment, looks like a 12-hour deal with Eberechi Eze. Talk to me, my man. Talk to me.
So basically, I'm a shadow gunner, right?
Yeah.
Finally, guys, after 3 years, 3 years
play.
of Spurs YouTube, I'm an Arsenal fan. Always have been. No, all jokes aside. Do you guys know the show How I Met Your Mother? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you know the episode when I think it was Robin who said something about like an ex story or something, right? And I think Lily said that something smells of poop. And she was like going around after Robin saying something smells of poop, right? That's basically the whole fucking situation. Yeah, where is the poop, Robin? Basically, that was where is the poop, Spurs? Like, where is the poop? Like a week ago, we were in talks with Savinho and Eze, and right now Savinho is off and Eze is going to Arsenal. So, yeah, where is the poop?
Oh, mate, I mean, Mikal, it's the fact that it's not even United who have nicked in. It's not Chelsea. It's them lot. It's them lot. I have to go on screen with them every week in a panel show. Like,
you know what's Sava, right? Realistically, what I think happened, right, is I think Crystal Palace were playing hardball and they wanted to include Eze in tomorrow's match, right, in the Conference League. That's what I think happened, right? That's why this deal was dragging on, right? And I think because of the Havertz's injury, Arsenal now stepped in and tried to sign him, right? That's all good and dandy, right? But that doesn't work with me, right? I don't give a crap if that was the case, right? Like, we had more than enough time to get this sorted, right? And all of you guys said on shows before, right? Because like maybe I wasn't joining you because like I'm quite busy recently, right? But I was listening in the background, right? And all of you said like we should have been in for Eze 5 weeks ago before Maddison's injury, right? That was a perfect player for us. So even with the context of Maddison's injury, right? Like you said, like as soon as Maddison got injured, this deal should have been done, right? And I don't care if Crystal Palace were playing hardball. I don't care if Arsenal only went in because Havertz got injured, right? It's fucking shambolic. It's honestly a disgrace. And just when you think something positive will happen, then you get a dagger through the heart, right?
Look, Mark, I'm just going to say this straight as, anybody, this is my opinion, anybody who thought both these deals were going to go through, more mug you, is what I'm going to say with that. I didn't think these deals would go through. I thought one of them could go through.
I was the same. I thought we will get
But anyone who honestly thought we was going to get Savinho and Eze after we already bought Kudus, it ain't happening at Spurs. Okay, you can have that little bit of hope. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is in life, if you live on hope and have too much hope, you get hurt and hurt and hurt. It's when you start being realistic about things, it don't quite hurt as much. You can almost laugh at it. Is anybody genuinely surprised what has happened here? We have taken too long again, pissballed about too much with the money. Yep, that can go to Levy and everything. Do what you want to him now. And we have just taken too long on a deal we could have had already done. And because we took too long and did not slam that money on the table, it hasn't happened. Arsenal have come in and just said thank you. Whether it's all about they've just come in and they can see the deal that's made, well, bollocks, as if we couldn't have gone on there and just put it like, right, tell you what, do you know what, Palace, shut up, there's another 5 million, we'll give you another 2 million extra a year, however the deal works out, and got this thing done. No, we took too long again and got another player snapped right from underneath our noses, and that is because we take too long. Now, even if we would have left, I know, even if we'd have left this to the last day of the season, for instance, yeah, okay, fine. As long as we get the players, I don't care. But we leave it to the last day of the season. Instead of getting it done by 9 o'clock, we'd still be pissballing about by 10 o'clock, and Arsenal come in at 11 o'clock and get the deal done by 11:30. We take too long. We pissball about too much, and it shows again.
Can I go next?
Yeah. Then I want to blame Stealth for something.
Yeah. No, Sava, first of all, I want to say big up, like and subscribe. And
cheers, bro.
Hello, everyone. Like I said on Dan's show many times, I said we're not getting any of them. No Eze and no Savinho. Because guess what? Because we're Tottenham and we have Daniel Levy as the chairman. Do you know the easiest deal? And I'm not a professional footballer. I don't have any coaching badges, nothing. I said the easiest deal in football to do with club to club is with these clauses. You go, you pay the money, you agree terms with the player, and it's done. But guess what? We tried to do the hardball, and now we're not getting any of them. And honestly, I'm not even surprised anymore, because when I saw all those ITKs, I'm not going to put names, I'm just going to say, like, everyone was saying agreement with this, or Arsenals are out of the picture. I didn't believe it. And that's why I said always trophy come first. Because I know Spurs are never going to change under this ownership. And guess what? We're not getting Savinho. We're not going to get any good players. We're going to get 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds. So buckle up this year. It's going to be a terrible season.
Yeah, look, I mean, still, let me bring you in. I'm blaming you because you called me about an hour ago and you were like, oh, my God, Richarlison might be going to Palace and Wissa. And I changed the title of my show, thinking that's what we were talking about, thinking it would just be me and you. And then here we are an hour later. Sorry, Mikhail, you gone?
Yeah, literally a sentence before Stel goes, right? Can you imagine if we seriously went with an offer of Richarlison and Crystal Palace basically said, fuck you, we are not giving you Eze then. Like that's below the belt. Like, you know, that's a punch to the nuts, right?
And what are you talking about, Mike? He's a top number 9. Look at what he's just done. Be real, mate. Are you blind or something? Look at what he done the other day. Excellent number 9. He's going to bang it for us.
Imagine you put Eze in.
Stel, let me come to you. When we spoke on the phone earlier, seriously, Stel, I said to you, didn't I? I said I tried. I've tried this summer. I've tried to get some form of positivity. I've tried to come to a neutral zone where I'm like, right, it's different, and they fucking done it again. And I mean, Stel, let me start with you. First of all, what are you feeling right now? And where do we go from here with 12 days and 3.5 hours to go in the transfer window? Where the fuck do we go from here? What do we do?
We're going to hell. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Big up the chat. There's thousands watching. Big show tonight. Big show. Sava, it doesn't affect me one bit because this is what I expected. I've been subtly trying to say this to everyone. I've been saying it for weeks. I'm not going to do the whole I told you so, none of that, because we don't know what's going to happen yet. We don't know. But I've been trying to say for so many weeks, stop listening to the journalists, stop listening to the ITKs. I blame the media and I blame fans who keep getting sucked in. We've had 3 years of being lied to, manipulated by football agents, journalists, YouTube channels bringing on the journalists to mislead us, bringing on the football agents to spill absolute bullshit. We are lied to because it's a business for them. They earn their money by creating bullshit speculation, knowing the fans will get sucked in. And every time we get sucked in, this is what happens. We end up feeling let down. I've been trying to say this for weeks.
Yeah.
I don't believe anything.
Still, I'm in the
until
mud. Still, I'll happily own it. I'm in the mud.
But
I'm in the mud.
it's not over yet. But hold on, it's not over yet. We might
I'm in
get
the
him.
mud.
No, 1 minute. We
We're
might
not
get
getting
him.
We're not
Hear me
getting
out.
him.
Stop. We're not. Stop.
Here, guys,
We're
let
not.
me finish. Right?
Go on.
We probably won't. But the point I'm trying to make is we haven't got a fucking clue what's going on. The deal with Eze is done. Verbally agreed. Well, if it was, why are we now adding Richarlison? Why are now suddenly Arsenal the favourites? On Saturday, the media, the journalists, ITKs, Eze's going to be left out of the game on Sunday. We get to Sunday. Eze's playing today, guys. The bullshit that we're fed. I urge every Spurs fan, block and delete the journalists, block and delete the football agents. They're mugging you off. The only person you should listen to is our club. When they announce a medical, when they announce a player's being signed, that's the only truth. That's the first thing. Secondly, that this is why I protest. This is why I'm leaving out. You guys have all touched different reasons. Should have been done earlier. Why have we waited this long? Last night, Savile, we went live and I said, the only reason we're going in for Eze is because Maddison's injured. If Maddison never got injured, we weren't going to be going in for him. What are we talking about? We are a reactionist club, not a proactive club. And for me, I'm going to wait till this pans out. On the 1st of September, I will know who we've signed, who has been sold, and I will make a decision to either go with it for a year or the mother of protests needs to happen. The protest last week was poor timing. I get why they did it, because if you're going to protest, you've got to plan ahead. But it backfired. If we don't sign 2 quality players, really good players, by the end of August, Dietrich's is spot on. We're in for a horrible season, and the mother of protest needs to happen. And if we don't, bring the fans, because you're accepting this. But let's wait and see. I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up signing Eze, because Levy hits the panic button and says, shit, Parish, there's 70 million. I need him. And we're the highest bidder and we get him. You don't know. But part of me also thinks offering Richarlison actually caused Crystal Palace to pick up the phone to Arsenal and say, they're taking the
That's what I said. That's what I said.
I think it's more
I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
No, I said earlier in the show how embarrassing that, you know, we knew, right? Hear me out, guys. We knew Son was leaving and still haven't replaced him, right? Yeah. We knew Son was leaving, haven't replaced him. We knew Kulu was injured and we knew Maddison was just coming back from a really serious injury. And we still didn't get that done. Arsenal get an injury to Havertz, who isn't even a guaranteed starter for them. And they've gone, do we now make our move for Eze? Now, listen, guys, I will sit here again. If we get Eze, I'll sit here again and go, this was all very reactionary. Right now, I give this deal a chance of 0.00001% happening, because I've said it all along. While I've been wrong about other things, by the way, being wrong, I was trying for once just to give the benefit of the doubt.
You're trying to be positive, yeah.
Trying to give a bit of positivity, right, for once. But the difference is,
that was your mistake.
Arsenal said all along, if we go toe-to-toe with Arsenal, it's like anyone going toe-to-toe with Usain Bolt in the 100 meters. The chances of winning it, you need him to have a false start or you don't win. I don't know if that analogy works.
We got a false start, though, didn't we, Sav? We got a false start. They pulled back from the deal. We could have made it happen.
No, my point was, once you're in it with Arsenal, like Arsenal, as much as we banter them, we can talk about their no trophies. They are more attractive. They are a more attractive football club.
But do you know what it reminds me?
This is why. This is Dietrich. But this is why. Sorry, Dietrich. This is why. As soon as the season ended, the club should have known. Right, manager's gone. This is the manager we need. These are the players we need to start looking at. Get the manager in ASAP. These are the players we're looking at. What do you think? Go for the players and get it done. Had we have gone in 4 weeks ago and said to Crystal Palace, 70 million, Eze, done, he'd be at Spurs. But the problem is, we're happy to pay 60 million for Solanke, 65 million for Richarlison, 65 million for Ndombele. You don't want to go a little bit more for one of the best players in the Premier League in midfield. This is why we are where we are. What did we offer? 55 million plus add-ons. I said to you last night, Sava, seems really low. And then Connor said, it seems like a fucking great deal if we get it. And I'm like, we've lowballed it. We've lowballed it again.
Exactly. Still, this is what I've been saying for God knows how long. Put the bloody money on the table. But you got to do this. You got to be that. You got to do that. I get all that. Just put the money on it. Yeah, but it's probably the way they're going to pay it. Instead of paying you 5 million in drip fees, they're going to pay him 8 million in drip fees. I'm sorry, to me, it is not that complicated when it comes to that.
We want to play. We want to pay with Richarlison. What are we doing?
But even
what are we doing?
I just don't get it. There was reports saying that the release clause is in 3 installments, so 20 million, 20 million, 20 million. Isn't that a good deal for Spurs?
We paid 35 for Tell.
Exactly. So if you pay 20 million a season for a player like Eze, I don't think that's a bad deal.
I'll tell you what, this is why when I'm sitting there saying, why have we signed Tell? And the same old people keep telling me, nah, he's good. You know, when I'm saying, why buy Gray for 40? Why buy Tell for 40? Why buy Odegaard for 30? This is why. Because we pay money for that, but we won't go the extra mile for this. Guys, I'm so sorry if I'm fuming because this was the deal that was going to get me looking forward to this season.
And there's another issue.
Hang on, Dietrich. Now, I am looking at this and going, where on earth do we go?
Nicholas Jackson.
People are going, Nico Paz is 20 years of age.
It's going to happen.
He's 20 years of age with 1 season under his belt. Like what? Where do we go for it? Who are the playmakers out there?
Sava.
There's loads of left wingers, but where are the playmakers?
Morgan Rogers,
Jackson and Garnacho.
This Sava is why I said to you from day we need a playmaker. I said to you from day we need that playmaker more than that winger because there ain't many out there and we ain't got one. We've at least got, whether they're crap or not, players that can play on the left. We have not got a playmaker, and this is why I've said for God knows how long now, number 10, since Maddison definitely got done, we need that 10 more than we need that 11. Yes, we'll get both. It has to happen. It don't work like that at Spurs. One or the other, without a playmaker, we are screwed. No
player. As it goes Arsenal, they're going to win the league, you know that. They're going to win.
The other thing is, why are we even talking about
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
It's the 20th. One second. It's the 20th of August, right? Why are we even speaking about transfers at this football club at this point? Season start. We finished 17th last year.
So true.
And got Champions League money. And why are we even talking about it? It should have all been done weeks. And I kept getting told by people, you know, your chairman is going to drop some bombers by the time of the end of the window. Don't judge it till the end of the window. Well, here we fucking are. We're at the end of the window. And we're not getting Eze. And who else are we going to get now? Whoever we get is going to be shit.
Connor, over the next 3 days, how many links are we going to get in the next 3 days with every fucking mediocre footballer that's out there?
I'll tell you, we'll go after El Canoes. We'll try and hijack that deal from Palace now. That's what will happen. Eze will go to.
Don't listen to what the journalists tell you next. Ignore them all. I'm telling you now. They're gonna have a field. They're gonna have a field day with us. Absolutely.
Oh yes. It's the same little story of all of a sudden it's coming up to Christmas. You're the poor boy who has to walk around in sandals, not shoes, everything, gets abused at school because you ain't got nothing. All of a sudden, mum and dad tell you that granddad and nan and granddad, they've sent us in like inheritance, this and that. You sit there, you can't wait for your PlayStation 5 Pro or your PlayStation 5 to play with your mates and everything. Or if you like an Xbox, you walk indoors and your mum slams down some crap old Nintendo 64. So there you go, enjoy that, boy. That is exactly what has happened this year.
And
I love the analogy, mate.
No, do you know what I hate the most? I even said in the past, it's the worst business you can do when the season starts. Because now you have Havertz that just got injured last game. If we did our business 3 or a month ago, I promise you we would have get Eze down the line. But we always take the high road, and now we're going to regret it for Spurs fans.
Dietrich, we're only going after him because Maddison got injured. Madison was
fit. I don't think Maddison was injured 3 weeks ago. That's almost a month.
I know, but my point is, the only reason we're now looking at is because Maddison's injured. I don't think we were going to seriously go for him until that happened.
Yeah, it's reaction. It's reactionary, not proactive. That's
Exactly.
Of that I've got no doubt. But
And I said Champions League doesn't matter. I even said it. At Spurs, it doesn't matter.
listen, I've always said if Arsenal come in, I don't think we get the guy. But Spurs have got no excuse for what's happened this last 2 weeks. We've got no excuse. And yes, by the way, but everyone chat in the chat, yes, deals are difficult. Whatever anyone's going to tell you, transfer deals are difficult at this level. But Arsenal have done what lots said would do. They said they would wait for Spurs to get to the point, and then they've come in and gone, boom. They've got to the point we've got to. We've been fanning about for that time, and they've overtaken it.
If Daniel Levy's serious, if Daniel Levy's a serious chairman, right, and he means business, he would go in now, whack 70 million down, say he's my player, pay the fucking money, and then worry afterwards, who have I got to sell to fund it?
Exactly.
A serious chairman now would do that. This is the chess move you play. Put the money down.
Doing still. You know, we've heard for weeks that they need to sell players to make this deal happen.
We need to
and they've just gone bang. There you go.
Yeah.
This is a club, by the way, who spent almost 200 million this summer.
But I'm not believing anyone anymore, Connor, who tells me that this club has to sell, that club has to sell. I've heard all window, Man United are broke. Man United are signing for fun. Arsenal are broke. They need to sell. I've heard AC Milan have got no money as they buy another player. Like I'm not believing anymore that no one's got any money. I'm not believing it. Like even earlier,
Tottenham has spent 125 million in the last 3 years on property. They can find money for things if they want to.
When Stel called me earlier, we were talking about this, Stel, weren't we? It was like, it wasn't, oh, we're going to get Richarlison going the other way to Crystal Palace to do a deal. It's because we have to sell a striker to be able to bring in Wissa. So we wouldn't, if we want Wissa, for some reason, we can't just go and get Wissa. We have to get rid of Solanke or Richarlison. Who else does that? Chelsea aren't doing that. United didn't do it. I'm not shocked he's going to Arsenal. I'm just shocked that it's got to this stage. I'm shocked. Not shocked. I don't think that's the right word.
That is where you've got to look at priorities again. For me, Wissa, he ain't a priority. For me, the left wing ain't the priority. I know we need them all, but for me, I put them in, call it opinions, but I put them in levels. For me, number 10 was what we needed more than anything else on that pitch. We've got other players who can cover it for a bit of time. Yes, they're not great, whatever, but with no playmaker there, who's going to get it to the man on the left? Who's going to get it to the man on the right? Who's going to get it up front? We're just going to now have to rely on a very, very limited bit of deep playmaking from Bentancur. And hopefully Kudus can get it in there with some good crosses. And hopefully Porro can get some long balls over there. The only option we got now is a 10, basically, who could actually hold a 10 possession role. And it ain't Kulusevski. He can play as a 10 as a shadow striker, is if we go and stick Kudus in the middle. He's the only one who's got the flair and imagination to do it.
Then you clear the right. Do you know what the thing is?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That is what has destroyed us.
Do you know what
I mean, what are we going to do? Stick Archie Gray up there? Yeah, but we should, but we don't, Sabah. Yeah, but you said this before. It has to happen. We should. It never does.
Dan, if you want to be on it for just I told you so, this isn't the shot. I'm not in the mood for I told you so. Right?
It never happens.
If Tottenham was serious, like Stel just said, if Tottenham was serious, right? It's not about what you and I want. If Frank wants Wissa, like they're saying, go and get him Wissa. Right? That's not my call to make. If we want Wissa, get him. But the fact we're saying we have to move on Richarlison or Solanke to make that happen, that is fucking bananas. That is absolutely bananas.
When people told me, oh, things are changing at the club, we've got Vinay, we've got Charrington, I sat there and I thought, let me see what happens at the end of this window. I'm going to wait. I am going to wait. That's why I'm still calm. But I see one or two things where I think, okay, that might look like change. But then I see other things where I think, no, it's still the same. For me, when you go and buy anything, whether it's a house, a car, a football, or whatever it may be, you ask the price. How much is that house? How much is that car? How much is that plane? And they tell you a price. Now, if you've got some other options in your mind, you'll try and get the price down. You think, all right, let me bid a bit lower, see if I can knock a bit off. But if you really want that house, like I can't lose that house, or that is the car for me, I can't let that go, or I can't let that player go, you ask for the asking price and you pay that price. You pay
Sure,
that price. Clearly, either we've got another plan up our sleeve, which is why we didn't pay the price, or Levy's doing Levy things, and this is what happens. Meltdowns. So something has to give here. And I fear, my fear now is, if we don't get Eze, we got a massive slap in the face with Gibbs White. To get a double slap now, honestly, I just think whatever energy, momentum the fan base is building with Frank, a good first game result, nearly winning the Super Cup, you're just diminishing it all. You're literally killing the vibe. And then we go into the next game thinking, do you know what? Fuck this. What's the point?
So
What are
we
doing
now can't go to Forest and
And
Palace
Spurs
and
and
take
Palace.
their players.
These are players that wanted to
It's-
join us, so it's not about our perceived, Paul.
Right.
It's about
No,
the
no,
way
no,
that we
no.
operate in club-to-club talks.
No, Eze did not want to join us out of, yes, I want Spurs. Eze sat there and he looked at what he had in his hand. There was no Arsenal there, nothing else. He looked at Spurs and said, well, it's the World Cup
You don't
coming.
know that.
I get
You don't
champions.
know that.
I'll be realistic. Come on, don't live on hope all your life. He sat there and
That's
just
not
said,
hope.
at Spurs.
Eze wouldn't have wanted to join Tottenham Hotspur from Palace.
No,
and
what
if you listen to
Dan
what I
is saying that
said,
he had
you're
no
missing what
other
I'm
option,
saying.
right?
He had no other option. He looked at Spurs and said, yeah, World Cup coming year. I could get some Champions League football. I get a bit more money. Yeah, do you know what? Spurs is the only option. Yeah, I want to join Spurs. Arsenal, baked potato,
So
mate.
it's
See you later.
irrelevant
And
then,
he's
isn't
already
it? 'Cause if
gone.
we'd-
Yeah, but that's
But
two
then
different
that's
things.
irrelevant because if
That's-
we're
that's-
triggered
We
the
was
release
not
clause at
his
that
first
point, it would be a
choice.
Tottenham player.
Sure, but that's
Yeah,
two
but that's
different things,
irrelevant.
isn't it? That's irrelevant. Yeah, that's right. That's two different things. Of course, he would want to join Tottenham. However, if a bigger club comes in, of course he wants to join them. That's food chain.
just-
I get it.
it's
I'm not
the same-
upset he's going to Arsenal. I'm not upset that a bigger club has got him. I'm upset that we've had this period of time when Arsenal have not been there to get this deal
Could
done.
have got it done. Yeah.
We
Would you
could have got
guys-
it done.
Would you
Of course,
guys say this?
Eze's agreed a deal, though, hasn't he? Eze agreed a deal.
Would you
Well,
guys say
hang
this?
on.
Thing? Sorry.
Personal terms have been agreed. That's the thing. Personal terms have been agreed with a player for a week. For a week.
I think Parish holds all the cards. It's his
agree.
asset. It's his contract with Eze. Whoever pays the most will get the player. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
Crystal
that-
Palace, they want the money. So if we pay 70 million, we will get Eze. As long as Arsenal don't.
Yeah,
up it that.
that's why I said what I said. I think they wanted to keep him until tomorrow for the game, right? But because that sounds realistic for me. For Parish, getting through to the Conference League, right, means at least 8 league games, 2 playoff games if they get to playoffs, right, and then knockout rounds if they get through, right. So for him, winning tomorrow, big score tomorrow, and winning the double-legged tie against the Swedish side. I think they play against the Swedish side, right? For him, it's probably half the money he will get from Eze, right? So what he wanted is to keep Eze for the next days, right? And probably, I bet you if this Arsenal thing didn't happen, right? Not bet you, right? But that's what I think would happen, right? If this whole Arsenal thing didn't happen, we would sign him tomorrow or on Friday, right? That was my feeling throughout this
There you
week,
go.
right? But
Look at that.
unfortunately, we fucked around too much, right? And now
As
we
we
will
do.
pay for it, right?
Yep.
Somebody's just sent this to me, right? Not the Sammy Mockbell thing, but Sammy Mockbell saying, expect this deal to move in very quickly. Expect Eze to be an Arsenal player. Somebody's just sent this to me and said, Gibbs White, the contract was 28 days ago, right? Him signing a contract was 28 days ago with Forest. So that means it was nearly 40 days ago since Tottenham agreed a deal for Gibbs White. Maddison's injury was 17 days ago. Havertz's injury 1 day ago.
People in the chat saying,
I can't ever trust them again. Can't ever trust them again.
listen,
Can't.
people in the chat saying, Stelios, we disagree. The highest bid doesn't win. I'm sorry, it does. He is an asset on the balance sheet of Crystal Palace. He's their asset to sell. If Eze says, I don't want to go Spurs and only Arsenal are left, that's different. But if Eze's open to going to Spurs and we bid higher, Parish will take the higher bid.
Yeah.
Eze was
And then
prepared to
Arsenal-
come to Spurs this week, according to the journalists, if we believe them. The highest bid will win this deal. It's as simple as that, because you got to think, if this was your asset you're selling, well, at least what I would do then is say, right, Arsenal, Spurs have offered me 70 million. You've got to match that now. That's what his job is. Get the most out of the deal.
Nothing
right?
else. It ramps up what they've got to pay as well, doesn't it? You know, even
Exactly.
if
Okay, Eze, I don't care if you wanted to go Spurs over Arsenal. They've just offered me 5 million more. Sit down, mate. You're going Arsenal. And if you don't want to go Arsenal, then he ain't going nowhere. It was obvious he wanted to go to a Champions League team that was playing in the Champions League. And then Spurs go off for 75 million. Just example. Oh, sorry, mate. You ain't going Arsenal now. You're going Spurs. And it's whoever comes in with the biggest money at the end. If we would have put the money down at the start of the bloody window, or the start of the bloody when we wanted him and whatever, and just got it done and dusted, not piss-balled about as usual, like Levy does, I will slate him in this bit, and it's just come down to the same crap again. We move too slow.
until
and
this
there it is
ownership
again.
changes, every single window will continue to be like this. Even if we sign some good players like Kudus, like Paolini, even if we now go and get someone else instead of Eze, we will continue to have windows like this every single
Connor,
year where we're all sitting here going, we haven't quite done enough. There has been no strategic plan. It's been too late. It will continue to happen. And people will continue to get themselves sucked in because football fans are fickle. This will never change until this ownership changes. It's not just Levy. ENIC have to go because ENIC are the ones that set the parameters. And until they go, this is what will continue to happen.
but Connor, according to what's his name, Ian, he said that Vena is going to take care of the business, and Parish, or what's his name, the guy that Joe Lewis appointed.
Ian's incoming at some point, Dietrich. Don't worry about that. That man's
he's
going to go
done.
straight back from Vinay to Levy in this show. Just before we carry on, guys and girls, we have broken all sorts of records tonight. 2,500 inside the place, which is crazy. However, 2,500 of you, only 730 likes. Can we get that to 1,500 ASAP, please? Can we please double that? And from that 2,500, if 250 of you smash that subscribe button, we'll get to 22k in the next 10 minutes. Please subscribe to the Hotspur Hood. Please subscribe to Tottenham Away as well. And please follow everyone else if they're on X and if they want to be followed, for example. Guys, look, Sava,
can I say, right? In
Sure,
some ways, right, in a weird, odd, clutching at straws, hoping a miracle happens way, this is actually a good thing, right? I'm clutching, guys, right? I'm clutching. It's a good thing because now it will really test, truly, how much Levy wants to take us forward as a club. Because if he really, really means business, like I said, he will put a bigger bid in. And if he does, I think we can't knock the guy. Because that's him saying, no, this ain't happening. I mean business. When I said I want to win the Premier League and I want to win the Champions League, it wasn't just PR. It wasn't just to finesse you again. It wasn't just to suck you in like I always do. I meant it this time. So in some ways, this is a real test of what our chairman's about now, based on what he said. So in some ways, I can see a positive angle, but only if he then goes and puts in that bigger bid because he means business. So
I
am clutching, by the way. Right?
This is what Alex said. Sorry, guys. I'll cut in when there's things to read out. Alex said, "What a mess. Understand that Spurs agreed to Palace's terms today and had agreed terms with Eze. The player was ready to come to Tottenham. Palace hadn't finalised the deal as they wanted him available for tomorrow night's game. Then Arsenal came in late this afternoon, also agreeing to Palace's terms, and the player chose Arsenal due to his connection to them. Another number 10 lost when Spurs thought it was done. Not a good look, spending so long on a deal only for another club to get him within one day." Now, all of the reporters now, guys, Ornstein, Romano, they're no longer talking about Spurs v Arsenal. Have you know? There's no where will he go? They're all saying the player
it's done
wants
and dusted.
Arsenal.
It's done.
He's an Arsenal supporter. He even said that he supports Arsenal.
We're going to get banned so hard.
So that's Forest.
Yes.
Hang on, guys. That's Forest and Palace now. That over time we've spent over 4 weeks on 2 separate deals to get neither footballer. Forest and Palace.
Sava, we didn't get Mbuemo, we didn't get Cunha.
But we didn't go for Mbuemo. I'm not bothered by that one. We didn't go for Mbuemo.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, these big names that we were looking at and we were hoping, none of them have come to us. None of them. Not a single one of these names that we thought like these game changers, these players that we're not used to signing at Spurs under this ownership. It looks like none of them are coming to Spurs. Not a single one. Do you know what? You can begin to see a window that ends with Nicholas Jackson and El Canouse, right? You can begin to see the direction this might end up in. And
still,
I hope Frank rejects it. I hope Frank blocks it or says, no,
yeah.
Sign them.
Do you know what? If we're going to go for players like that, I'd rather we don't get nobody. You know what? And if we got a little bit of money out there, muscle it out until January, we'll see what Frankie's capable of and get something in January. Again, I will still go for quantity over quality, quality over quantity, should I say. And if we are just then going to go for shabby little players who, I ain't even going to go into bloody names, who ain't even going to get in the first team at the best. Do you know what? Bollocks, don't buy nothing. Don't worry with anything. Just go and get something decent in January then, if that's the way it has got to be. It shouldn't be, I know, but I would rather we go and get nobody than just go and get some little nobody in there to try and take up a bit of place or whatever and that. When it comes down to it, we have basically, if I can add this up right, spent 4 weeks on trying to sign 2 players. 2 weeks on each player, if not 5 weeks. And there's nothing else going on in the background.
So Michael Bridge, and again, Michael Bridge saying that Tottenham have now moved on to other targets. Spurs felt they had the agreement in place. Blah, 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 all the rest we know. Arsenal entered the race. And as far as Spurs are concerned, they expect him to move to the Emirates. Do you know what, guys? Listen, I don't mind saying, right? I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. If people want to say I've got mud, fine. I tried giving the benefit of the doubt. No more. Here you go. You've got my say-so right now. I won't flip-flop on this. You've got my say-so. Right? I won't go to the protests because I work during the games. All right? I will do whatever I can to promote them from now on. This is the final straw. This is the final straw. Right? I can understand potentially you can't prize Savio from Man City. I can understand that, right? Hear me out, guys. I can understand that. I can understand that Eze would pick Arsenal over Spurs. I can't understand that it's got to that stage, but I can understand he picked them. Morgan Gibbs-White. What, we can't get a deal from Morgan fucking Gibbs-White over the line. This is my last straw. I don't care who we bring in between now and the end of the window. I don't care if we bring in Savio and Danny Olmo and whoever. This is my last straw. So, no, I will not be going to the protests because I work during the match days and unfortunately my business comes before the protests. Sorry. But I will promote them and I will do whatever I can to post out. I'll have change with Tottenham on. I am fucked off. I am so fucked off right now with this football club.
You were, Ian.
I wasn't I?
Culprit. I found the culprit, guys. Guys, I found the culprit.
Hang on, one at a time.
Lubo, sorry, mate. I just got intel right now that this is what happened. This is exactly what happened, mate. Sorry, mate. Marinakis fucked up for us. What can we do?
It's who we are, mate.
Hi, everyone.
Things are changing. Things are changing.
No, we know what's changing still.
More the fool
Marinakis has got
this fucking Greek idiot. This one. More the fool this guy. More the fool. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot.
Shame.
Yeah, do you know what? Shame.
Sav, it's not Sava. It's not your fault, mate. It's Marinakis' fault. He blocked the deal. He got under his skin, mate. He threatened him. He said he was going to blow up Levy White House.
Vinay is an Arsenal agent. He's here as an Arsenal agent.
That's a good one.
Yeah. He's here. He's been deployed by the Gooners to sabotage the club.
But according to Ian, he's going to change everything.
But do you know who deserves to talk right now? 1 second, sorry. Who deserves to talk is Lubo, because I've listened to some of the shit that Lubo's got on stream when he's been critical of Enoch and Levy over the last few weeks. And guess who was right? So Lubo, you talk.
Right, before Lubo said anything, because I've got to go in a sec. I'm just coming on for literally a few minutes. Right. For me, for me, all of this, I agree with what you said, Sav. For me, this is just neglect of the highest order, because
Massive.
when you get a player of someone of Maddison's ability and his influence at Tottenham, right? You go out and get a player as soon as possible. This is just what, for me, I was so positive on getting Eze, and I think a lot of us were positive because the fact that Arsenal were not in for Eze, right? We know that he agreed terms with them, but they weren't actively going for him because they didn't need him. Like they didn't really need him. As soon as Havertz got injured, that was, I think, a lot of us probably, our hearts were in our hands because we had a feeling that that was going to happen. And a lot of us were still trying to, even I was trying to think, no, it's got to be done. But literally a day, within a day, they have gone and bid higher than us. They've got probably more terms than us, fast, as what the reporters are saying, faster payment terms. This is exactly what Daniel Levy does. He tries to scrape pennies off every single deal just to try and get the lowest fee possible. And every single time he just ruins it for Spurs and the fans. And I think it's a disgrace. And do you know what? I'm now with Stel now. I can't. I'm just gonna wait till the end of the window. I think we're probably gonna get an El Canoes now. I think just for the sake of it. And yeah, I can't see it. I honestly, I feel for Frank. I think what I actually think now is Frank might finally start seeing what every other manager at this football club has seen, which is what Daniel Levy is all about. And I think I feel sorry for him because he's setting up Frank for failure, genuinely. Because I'm sorry, Frank is a good coach and a good manager, but you cannot go into a season like this that we're about to kind of just started with Champions League football and not have quality players, because the reality is we finished 17th last year with that squad, and that squad is nowhere near strong enough to finish, especially with the way that other teams above us are strengthening. Even Forest have strengthened far better than we have, and that's Forest. That's a disgrace, in my opinion.
Forest are doing this with deals. Forest are doing that.
Yep.
Danny, you said TikTok on Twitter. You said you have a different feeling. I'm gonna blame you too, because you're part of the problem, Danny. I'm gonna blame you.
No, I thought no one can comprehend that Havertz was going to get injured to the extent that he got injured. It's just the fact that Arsenal are a bigger club than Spurs. Eze obviously wanted to go to Arsenal, and like Michael said,
he supports them.
Yeah, but the thing is, like Michael said, the thing is, the option was, or like you said as well, Dan, the option was that Tottenham were the only available club, which is still a bigger club than Palace, Champions League football, right? I'm sure he would have enjoyed playing with some of the players like Kudus at Spurs, right? But Arsenal came in because they had a need for him, right? They didn't have a need for him before. But
So that's why you don't let them come in, do you?
Yeah,
you don't let them.
Exactly.
You had a release
you
clause.
don't let them come in. You had a release clause. We had 3 weeks to go and get him. And what did we do? We fumble and fuff around for it. And then Arsenal within a day just snapped up, done. And that's the reality that we live in.
If they really wanted to keep him for the Conference League, right? Just put a clause in the contract between the two clubs that you will, do all the paperwork after the game, right? Like, I think it's the prime example of us playing hardball for no fucking reason, right? Like, we didn't need to do that, right? If, like, we could literally ask them, right? Do you want to keep him for the Conference League game? Because I have no sources, obviously, right? Like, I'm sitting here in Poland, right? So I don't have the inside knowledge, right? But I can bet my house on it, right? That they wanted to keep him for tomorrow, as I said, right? Because for them, it's a good financial decision if they go through to the Conference League phase, right? So,
Michael,
so just play with them.
We're not a serious club.
The thing is, right?
Yeah, I know.
Hang on, guys. I wanted to bring in Lubo. I wanted to bring
before
in
you do,
Lubo.
Sav, I just want to say one more thing because I'm going to go, right?
Okay.
With what Michael just said, right? The thing is, Arsenal could probably, they don't care if they have to wait for him to play 2 Conference League games because they're going to sign him, right? They know they're going to sign him. The fact that they've come in right now, right, which is it's probably going to be close to the release clause, what the release clause was, right? Spurs knew that the release clause was there. They could have activated it 3 weeks ago, and they didn't. And because Arsenal need the player, they've gone and probably paid close to what the asking price was or what the release clause is, right? So that's why they've gone and got him. And that's what I'm going to say on it for now. I'll let you go.
Right,
Go on, Lubo.
let me bring in Lubo. Lubo, take it away. Your guy told us that Eze was coming, though, by the way. Let's just remember that one. But other than that, you have been right about Levy and Enoch. Go for it.
Well, keep telling you he's not fit for purpose. Keep telling you he's a shit businessman. A top businessman would have gone in, release clause, Maddison's out for the season. We have no creativity. We have no number 10. You're arguing about £13 million. He goes in at 55 plus 5 with add-ons. You walk in, what's the release clause? As Dan says, you put the money on the table. Deal done. Finished. Eze wanted to come to Spurs. Arsenal weren't in the picture at that stage. You get the deal done. If at that stage the agent tells Arsenal, like the agent told Diaz, Spurs are coming for him, and they told Liverpool, and Liverpool then put in an offer. If that happens, then that happens. There's nothing you can do about it. But to mess about and be negotiating, you know, he was in America last week, getting his daughter settled into university. What about Zoom meetings? He doesn't need to be face to face with Parish. I understand. We took our daughter out a year ago when she spent a few months at university in Illinois. I understand you want to take your daughter out and you get her settled, but you have a Zoom meeting. You don't wait till you get home and then have a face to face. I'm sorry. I call him Mr. 50% because he's great on the non-footballing side and the value of the club's rocketed. But when it comes to football, this is a football club. I don't want anybody to forget, this is a football club. This is not a playground for Levy and Enoch to get rich. This is our football club. This football club's been going 143 years. If Eze goes to Arsenal, Levy has to sell his shares and leave the club immediately. His position will be untenable. And I've got to tell you something, he's lucky.
It won't though, Lubo. It won't.
He's lucky there's no home game on Saturday. This is why I wish Change for Tottenham would have waited till Bournemouth, because if this happens, maybe they'll put together something for Bournemouth. Maybe there'll be thousands.
You've got to wait to the end of the window.
I'm going to come. I'm going to come to Matt. But just quickly, a couple of quick things. So Ramon Vega, Cup winner, Ramon Vega, by the way, has said this. He said, if you want a striker who has proven himself in the Premier League, you should pay what is asked to get the deal done, rather than haggling like a Marrakesh market dealer. At Spurs official tagged in. Right? Now, the early reports and the bookies are all saying that Spurs have immediately moved tonight for the signing of Ademola Lookman. Just so I don't know. Guys, I don't know how true that is. Things get pinged to me like, honestly, my phone is like a fucking, I have to charge it 19 times a day. Maz.
Good evening.
Maz, stop smirking. I'm hurting over here, all right? Maz, I'm hurting.
I was wondering when you were going to come to the realization. I kept saying to Steve, I think there's something wrong with Sava this summer. I think it's hit his head or something.
Mate,
I probably hit my head.
Never again am I going to go into until I see a shirt, never again am I going to go, we're getting this. Never. How have we balls this up, Maz, when we're negotiating for 2 weeks with no other fucker involved?
Well, look, it's the toxic positive, mate. It's your fault.
I want to know where Sean is, right? Because I've been listening to him a lot, right? And he's obviously an intelligent man, but the evidence is the evidence, and we know how Tottenham operate and how they deal with signings and how risk averse Levy is when it comes to buying players and salaries, and we can weave through the tapestry of the agendas and how we're trying to fit the story to our agenda and all this nonsense that I keep hearing. the evidence is the evidence. And the evidence is we don't buy top players, we don't pay the top wages, and a great businessman prioritizes his assets appropriately. And in this case, we're a football club and our assets are the players. And he doesn't do that. He strikes gold every now and again. He'll get a Bale, he'll get a Modric, he'll get a Berbatov. But those 3 players in 25 years is an absolute disgrace for this club. Right? If Alan Sugar can go and get Klinsmann, Popescu and Dimitrescu after a World Cup in one season in 1995, when we were literally saved from bankruptcy and a proper mid-table in trouble club, right? Then why can't Levy pull his finger out and go and give a salary of 250, 300 grand, seeing as we're the 9th richest club in the world, right? We have revenues that only other clubs can dream of in terms of match day revenues and worldwide appeal and stuff like that. Maybe not as big, obviously, as the Real Madrids and the Barças and the Man Uniteds and the Liverpools, but we're up there, right? We're a big club. There's no doubt about that. And I don't like this chat about, oh, well, if Arsenal come in and obviously they're going to go Arsenal. Well, look, we're North London rivals. There's a reason why we have a rivalry, and there's a reason why we should be competing against them regardless of who they are and what they've done.
Correct.
Right? It doesn't matter. If Arsenal come in, we bid more. That's what we should be doing. If we're a serious club like Levy makes us out to be, supposedly, right, then we should be putting the money on the table. You don't say I have the ambition to win a Champions League, to compete for the league, and not buy the appropriate players to achieve that goal. It's nonsense, right? There's no plan. There's no footballing plan, right? He's bringing in all these people to put a plan in place, and he never lets them implement their plan long enough for it to be a success. He's always, as Ramon Vega says, he's always haggling at the wrong time over nonsensical things. It's absolutely ridiculous what's happened, Sava. And I am going to be that person. I told you so. I've been saying it now for the last 4 or 5 years, right? You cannot trust this chairman, right? His modus operandi is what he does. This is what he does every single window. Always cutting corners, always stopping when there's an opportunity for us to progress, always stopping at that critical moment, right? Yet people who study the accounts of the club will try and say, oh, we're trying to weave this story, this tapestry of how we're trying to fit the narrative around this, that, and the other. We've seen it over 25 years, for crying out loud. We're not children. We see how this guy operates. When we had opportunities to go for the title, he never done it. When we had top quality managers, he never done it. When we've qualified now for the Champions League, he hasn't done it. How many more chances do we have to give this man? It's madness.
Every single thing you just said, Maz, was correct, by the way. Absolutely everything.
I keep saying, I've said this for years. He's not interested in footballing success. Now, hopefully, everybody will believe me.
The thing is, Johnny, hold on a minute. You and Johnny on Monday Night Show sat there telling me things are changing. It's all going to change. Eze's coming to Spurs, and I sat there trying to challenge you. Hang on.
You
can't play both sides of the coin.
They would get the deal done because they were in pole position still.
You said your contacts told you. Johnny told us his solid contacts. This is going to happen.
The thing is, right?
Still, you know the big problem? Levy got involved.
No, you believe these bullshit contacts and journalists is the problem. You believe the wafflers. I sat there for half an hour arguing with all of you lot. Stop believing the crap that these people feed us and wait and see what happens. And you all told me, know this, know that, change his company. Vinay's amazing. Charrington's going to change.
Ian,
look.
I'm sorry, mate, Ian. One thing you have done with a few other people have said now that Levy's stepping out of it, and what's his name,
that's what I was
the other
told.
fella, times are changing. It's going to
That's what I
change.
was
Watch
told.
how better it's going to be. We all get it wrong sometimes, mate. We all get
Yeah,
it wrong.
cool.
Just put your hands up to it.
No,
I
no,
do when I'm wrong.
It's
I've
okay.
never
Look,
been
it's
wrong.
okay. I
I've never
understand
been wrong
Saba's.
about Levy, though, have I? I've never
No,
been wrong about
Libo,
him. He's
look,
I've
preaching.
never disputed that.
For me, it's okay, right, to try and be positive about the club, right? And I don't blame Saba for that, and I don't blame Sean for that. I don't blame anyone for that. However, Levy has done such a psyop on everyone, right, that people just need to start seeing their eyes, right, and seeing the result of what actually happens, as opposed to theories, right, and speculation. What actually happens at the club, and what actually happens isn't what we want as fans. We're not buying the top players, right, or even the slight bracket underneath, right? We're not even buying that. If we go out now and buy two decent players now, for me, it's too late. The season started. They had an opportunity to try and beat PSG, however remote that was. They didn't do it. They didn't buy the players on time, right? They had an opportunity to bring the players in early, so we start strong for this season going into the Champions League. They didn't do that. These are decisions that the club has made, the board makes, the hierarchy makes, and they constantly make these decisions, even though the evidence shows them that if they do their deals early, they have a better chance at the start of the season, but they never do it, right? They always want to wait till the last minute to try and get a deal. That, you know,
Do you know?
and
Completely agree, Mads. And look, we can get into.
One second, sorry. All right, and this doing it the right way. Well, look, they have a budget. They can manipulate that budget however they want. They can pay top players more money. They can pay the lesser players less money, right? As long as it fits into the budget, right? We don't know all the constraints of Tottenham Hotspur. No one will ever know. Like we don't know all the constraints of the other clubs, right? But what we do know is that top players have left the club, leaving big salary savings, right? Regardless of what the ratio mix is in terms of revenue versus salaries we pay as a club, right? And they can bring in players to replace those players and build for the future within those salary caps. But we don't pay lots of players over 100 grand like the other clubs do. Why don't we do that at least? But we don't, right? But we're happy to give Romero, right, who's had about 4 good games for Spurs, right? Top salary, right? And captain of the club, even though the guy's been wanting to leave for the last 2-3 years, right? And getting injured and turning up for his country. It's an absolute disgrace the way this club operates. It's an absolute
Can I just
disgrace.
say, just quickly, Mikhail, before you go, just quickly, just to put it in perspective, guys. You can all do the I told you so. So I'm sure we'll have some good banter. And I think the Spurs 5 tomorrow night is going to be absolutely fucking mental. But just so you know, today is day 40. Day 40 since Spurs signed a permanent footballer, right? Kudus signed 40 days ago. And in transfer window terms, 40 days is forever. In those 40 days, by the way, Nottingham Forest have signed 7 players, right? 7. Nottingham Forest, who I have to go on and get bantered by Wolfie about Spurs being a bigger club, I say, and oh no, but 7 players Nottingham Forest have signed.
But are they good?
Hang on. Well, look, but it's all relative for the club and for their ambition. They've signed players like McAtee, Dan and Doy, Douglas Luiz. They've signed Callum Awunda, like really good, solid players that build out their squad for Europe. So it's all relative, right? But we're in the Champions League, and we have signed. Yes, I love Paulinho. I wanted him. I'm not knocking the signing, but we got him on a loan, guys, for 5. If I'm right, it was a 5 million loan fee, right? Surely the whole point of doing that and kicking the can down the road of a DM and not spending 50, 60 million on one now is so that you've got budget to go and spend on big players in other positions. So in 40 days, we have signed Kudus from West Ham because they needed the money. Let's face it, right? And we signed Paulinho on loan. And the one thing I've been wrong about quite a lot, but the one thing I've never been wrong about, and any of you that have been in those WhatsApp groups with me, I'll tell you, I can't ever condone waiting till this late in the window to start making moves for footballers. Because, Connor, we talked about this morning or this afternoon, whatever time it was. One, if you go this late, the club can demand more money. Two, if you go this late, the club can say, we're not going to sell until we've replaced a footballer. Three, clubs know you're desperate. So we are now, sorry for the rant, we are now 12 days out of the transfer window closing. 12. From midnight tonight, it's 12. And by the way, the 12th day isn't even 24 hours. It shuts at 5 p.m. We are 12 days out. And what we have done is lost Maddison and Son. And we've got in a DM and a right winger. So all those people telling me we are stronger than last year. No, we've got a better coach. We won't lose as many games because he'll get us organised. But this squad is nowhere near Champions League. And right now, I can't see how we finish higher than 10th. Right now. I'm fucked off, guys. I will hold my hands up for what I'm in the mud for. I'm so fucked off. So fucked off.
Do you know, you're right. Everything you just said, spot on. Everything. The thing is, with me, I don't buy into media, YouTube, podcast, nothing. I look for patterns, and I want to see the patterns change. Do you remember last season, the first signing we made in the summer was to re-sign Werner, and I lost it. Because for me, that says a precedent, right, this is the direction we're going in. Who were the first two players we signed this window? Ben Davies and Tell.
Werner 3.0.
I lost my shit. I lost my shit
just
because
quickly.
for me...
There you go.
No.
Done.
No.
The two clubs have agreed a fee in how many hours?
Yeah, it's Parish. Parish is really difficult. It's nothing to do with us.
Guys, listen, people. I don't want to.
Nice pictures from Fabrizio, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't want to break anyone's heart.
Don't even blame him.
No.
Why would anyone blame Eze?
Look, the writing was on the wall at the start of the window. Start as you means to go on. That was the warning sign. Same as last year. Big red flag. Signing Tell was the biggest red flag, and I lost it.
It's like Werner. I said it straight away. We signed generational Werner 3.0, right? You spend 35-40 million pounds for a player that showed you absolutely nothing last season, right? And to your point that you made, Seva, that money could have been used to seal up an Eze deal, right? To seal up a Morgan Gibbs White deal. Yeah, it's you can spend your budget how you want, right? And the real football people, like in the Liverpools, right, and the Chelseas and the Arsenals and whatever, will spend that money and have spent it a lot wiser than we ever bloody have. Yet we're trying to weave a narrative. That's what we get told when we point out the errors that are actually happening. Right, this event that's happened now, right, is a slap in the face, not only to Tottenham Hotspur and what they've achieved last season in terms of winning the cup, right, but to the fans, because we pay the highest prices or some of the highest prices in Europe, right, and we're not even getting served up quality players. And every time instead of us being clinical in our negotiations and who we're going for and lurking in the shadows and all that nonsense that I keep hearing, what do? Telegraph who we're going out for. Everyone knows about it. And then like Liverpool did with what's his name a few years ago when they is it Diaz they signed? Can't remember now.
Diaz, yeah.
Right? Yeah. They come in and pinch the player straight under our feet. We're meant to be a big club.
Maz, can I ask you a question? Right?
Stel, can I say something? Because I'm waiting.
Let me ask Maz one question, then I'll go quiet for like 30 minutes, right?
Yeah,
I've been saying for a few weeks now. Sorry, Maz. Michael. I've been saying for a few weeks now. I honestly believe Thomas Frank has been brought in to work with the majority of this squad. And the closer we get to the end of the window, I honestly feel I'm going to be proven right on this. I badly want to be proven wrong, because if he has got to work with this squad, he's fucked. But I honestly think this is the direction we're going in, and they brought him in because they think he can get a tune out of this squad with not too many decent additions. That's my personal thought. What do you guys think about that?
Well, that's what they bought Ange in for. They thought Ange was that, didn't they? But what they got was a PE teacher who couldn't coach anyone.
Yeah, but they signed a lot of players for Ange. They spent a lot of money.
Yeah, they did. They did, right?
Different.
And they listened to him. And they backed him, and they signed a lot of players for him. With Frank, he's obviously a much more. I think he's a much better man. Well, 10 times better manager than Ange is, and he will improve some of the players, and he will coach them better.
It was obvious.
The model. Yeah,
No,
that fits the model.
He's right, Maz. Look,
yeah,
I'll say my bit, and then Mike, 100% to you, mate. Stel, you're a million % right. I've agreed with that from day. Frank is a very good coach. We have brought him in for the sheer fact he's a good coach, but he can play with the cards he's got 10 times better than a lot of other managers out there, and about 1,000,000 times better than Ange could. He will adapt to a 5-2-2-1 or 3-4-2-1, and he will adapt to a 4-3-3 and a 4-2-3-1 when he has to. He will play that team to get the best out of the players, not just the way he wants to play. And what he is also known for is bringing players on, getting them back to their standards, getting younger players better. He slipped into this Levy thing absolutely perfect. He'll deal with what he's given, and he will make the best out of it. I don't think we'll have a terrible season from him, but with what he's been given, he's going to have to work with it and prove why he's got this name now of being this very good manager who can adapt and play with the cards he's got. That is the reason that he got him. He purely fits into Levy's system.
But the team's not as good as Levy thinks, though. And I think Frank knows
whether it's as good as Levy thinks, whatever. But anyway, Mike, sorry, Mike.
No worries, man. Like, I think the worst thing about this whole situation is that I was so drained after last season, right? I didn't want to watch football. I didn't want to watch Spurs, right? And this preseason and the first signings, like the real signings, I mean, Kudus and Palina, they kind of got me back into it, right? I wanted to watch Spurs again, right? I wanted to see how this season will pan out, right? I'm dead again. Like, I don't want to watch this club. Like, seriously. And you know what the worst part is, right? Because for me, it wasn't really about like Eze himself, right? It wasn't about this specific player Eze, right? For me, it was more about the positions, the ambition, and the timing, right? For me, there are plenty of other players like Eze out there in Europe, right? Just go and get them and do it in June or the latest July, not fucking 20th of August, right? It's we just asked, like, we put ourselves in this position, right? And the worst part is, right, if the same thing happened in June or early July, right, I wouldn't mind, right? I would be pissed, obviously, because Arsenal scoop a player from under our nose, right? But I wouldn't mind because we would still have 1.5 months to sort our shit out, right? The worst part about this all is that we now, as Sava said, right, we have not even 12 days left, right? And we will bring in some random shitter that a random club didn't want, right? Because like he was injured for 3 years, right, or something. Like, this is how it will end up. Or we'll bring in a 19-year-old, right? This is what pisses me off about this whole situation, right? Like, I understand why Eze chose Arsenal, right? I understand why Arsenal have bigger pulling power than us, right? I understand why Arsenal moved now, right? I can even understand why Spurs couldn't reach a deal with Crystal Palace because, as I said, I think they wanted to keep him for tomorrow, right? I can understand all of that context, right? But the thing is, right, that we should never even be in this situation, right? This is something that pisses me off, right? Because the money is clearly there. The money is clearly fucking there, right? We reportedly, right, whether you believe ITKs or not, right, reportedly we bid for Savinho. It was just too little, right? And we had an agreement with Eze, with Crystal Palace for Eze, right? So the money is there. So why are we just waiting around until the end of the season, right? Or the end of the transfer window, sorry. And now something like this happens, right? And we are screwed. And as Stelios said, right, or Dietrich said, right? Dietrich said, this season is going to be shit again, right? Maybe we will be a bit more respectable than last season, right? Because I don't believe we will finish 17th, right? And lose 22 times. But it's just all the excitement is gone, Sava. Like,
Mikhail, but can I ask you? I mean, the interestingly, the words from Ordenstein is that it's the same money that we were willing to pay. What has happened? If it's the same money that Spurs were going to pay, which was a 68 million package, where has this gone wrong? Or has
I
this
think
whole
just
time-
triggered
we
the
just-
fucking release clause weeks ago.
No.
It comes back to it again, doesn't it?
Hang on,
I think.
I was going to.
Yeah,
sorry,
so-
let me just add on the last bit.
Yeah,
Let me just add on the last bit. Where has this all gone wrong? And is this a case of that they were stalling because they knew that Eze wanted Arsenal? I don't know. Like, if we were going to pay the same money, this is what Ornstein, and let's be fair, this guy is super reliable. Said deal worth the expired 68 million release clause, matching what Tottenham were ready to pay.
Yeah,
Like.
Sava,
So why is he not a Spurs player?
I am convinced, right? As I said, I have no proof about it, but I am convinced they wanted to keep him for tomorrow, right? So
Yeah, but they wouldn't have had the choice to do that if we triggered the release. We need to come back to the release.
but
clause.
the release clause is gone for a week over, right? A week ago it was gone, right?
Arsenal
So-
signing him today, Michael.
No.
But they want-
Read what
no.
it says. Read what it says. He's going to play tomorrow for Palace,
Yeah.
then have a medical at Arsenal.
Yeah, so that's my point.
Everyone,
That's my
everyone
point.
in the chat keeps saying that. Oh, he's an Arsenal player. Blah blah blah.
No.
Bergkamp
Wait,
was a
Mas,
Spurs
can I finish?
supporter when he was younger, so that doesn't matter. It doesn't mean just because he's
For
an
me,
Arsenal player, he's going to play better for them.
The way, Saf, you asked why he's not a Spurs player, right? I think it's two reasons. One, Crystal Palace were stalling for tomorrow, and two, Havertz got injured and Arsenal got involved. That's honestly, like, just taking my Spurs glasses off. That's what I think happened. Arsenal went in. They are a bigger club. He supports Arsenal, right? He obviously chose Arsenal over us. That's not a surprise for me, right?
Michael, they've bid £8 million more.
Just quickly,
No, they
guys.
didn't.
Sorry.
No, they
just
didn't.
quickly,
Like-
guys.
The deal's
none of that.
worth £68 million.
Hang on, Stel. No. None of that. None of that. Sean is a content creator with his own opinion. None of this
Don't even
bollocks.
turn the
Fuck
screen.
off, or you
Don't
will be
entertain it.
blocked.
Yeah, take
Sorry.
this off the screen, mate.
No, because I've seen
Well,
loads of people saying this. Stop doing it. Stop it. Sorry.
Michael, they've
having that.
Arsenal have come in with a better package.
No, but
They're paying a
Sava
better deal.
just shown us the tweet where it said they matched THFC's.
Yeah, but it's
no,
also
no,
the terms of the. It's the payment structure.
No, guys,
Yeah,
the
the
payment
payment
structure.
structure might be different, right?
it's £68 million total package. We
Matching-
we-
matching
we-
what-
Still,
Matching what Spurs were ready to pay.
Yeah,
Guys, it says £68 million in what's
Yeah,
on the
but-
screen.
yes,
We've been,
Yes,
it's not-
literally read
but-
next words. Read next
but
words.
Romano
what
was saying,
Spurs were ready to pay.
Romano said that Arsenal were prepared to pay in a faster payment structure. Basically, was what he was
guys,
alluding to.
I get that, but it's still true that Arsenal are paying more in their bid than what we bid. We bid 55 plus 5 million add-ons. Arsenal bid
No, we didn't. That was last week still. That was last week.
still.
So what did Spurs bid then? What was our bid?
68.
The same as Arsenal's. But what Danny's
I
saying,
haven't
which
seen-
I think,
okay, I haven't seen that anywhere though. I haven't read that anywhere.
so what Danny's saying, which I think is true, is I'm just hypothetical here, right? Is that whatever that is, Spurs will have said, okay, we'll give you that over 3
4
years,
years.
and
Yeah.
4
Yeah,
years,
yeah.
and Arsenal have gone.
Yeah.
How about 50% now and 50% in January? You know,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Sort of,
Yeah.
Yeah,
They just
today-
offered them the money
Look,
better.
1 minute. Hold on. Sorry, guys. 3 hours ago, I heard on Sky Sports that we're offering 55 million plus add-ons plus Richarlison. That's what I heard on Sky Sports.
No, I heard that it was 50 million plus 5 million add-ons, and then I saw on a couple of things which I thought surely that can't be right. That we was offering something like 30 million and Richarlison, and that's when I thought
Right,
this
so
can't be right.
Arsenal have come in. Look, as far as I'm concerned, Arsenal have put in a bigger upfront cash offer than us. That's
Yeah, it sounds
clinched
like it.
And I'm
Yeah,
going to go back
yeah.
to what Sava said, right? I'm going to go back to what Sava said last week, right? Because this is where we are now. He said, this is a sliding doors moment. You tell me which way those doors have slid.
no, mate.
Yeah, I agree
Still,
with you.
for
Listen,
sure.
you never
we
said
can
which way
argue-
they
we can
go.
argue-
You never said.
I'm on the wrong
yeah.
side of those doors. I'm waving
Listen,
through
we
the
can
other side.
argue.
I'm not allowed
One
into
sec, one
party.
sec. We can argue
This,
about.
this
We
reminds
can
me,
argue about
Sam,
what the bid was. One second, one second. We can
It's
argue
all-
about what the bid was, and look, without sounding like a fucking broken record, we would have the cash, whatever they asked, even if they asked for 68 million up front, which it wouldn't have been. We could have triggered that release clause. We found 125 million pound in the last 3 years to buy hotels and real estate in the Tottenham area in cash. If we wanted to, we could have. Again, as always with Enoch and Levy, it's a choice. We've gone back in, we've tried to renegotiate, we've tried to get, even if we're willing to go up to 68 million, Levy clearly has tried to structure it in such a way that we don't pay the cash as upfront. So this is always a choice with this football club. Don't buy into any of this shit about
I agree.
it's because
I agree,
Arsenal
Connor.
come. We had the choice. We could have done this deal and we haven't.
Connor, the property companies witin the Enoch group, I think I'm sure were showing 374 million pounds worth of cash.
Yeah, that's a load of shit. That's not right. That
That's not right.
was some website that got it completely wrong. But we had 79 million pound in cash at the end of last year. But regardless, Arsenal had less than that.
But all we've
So
heard,
Arsenal have managed to
all
find the
we've
cash
heard
because
is the
what they
money's
have is
gone.
owners that are willing to put their hand in their pocket now and again.
Yeah, can I jump in? I haven't spoken anything, and since I came on, I just
No,
want to say shout out to everybody in chat, big up panel, and yeah, honestly, I can't say this didn't surprise me, and I don't even want to call out people in specific or anything, but when I've heard all summer, yeah, you should credit Levy, you should do that, you should give credit where you do, yada yada. Why? What the fuck is the point of that when this is the eventual? When this is the outcome, the eventual outcome of things, whether he's done things that are good, which he actually has, what's the point of crediting that when the eventual sour taste you end up with at the end of the window is this bullshit that we always expect, to come? And a question to everybody: do you think we would go bankrupt as a club if Levy just dropped his ego and just said, you know what, I'm gonna hire the bid with 5 million and get this deal done tomorrow? Would that affect our financials and would that sort of scramble around the way? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. It would just be his ego sort of taking a hit and like being, yeah, I couldn't get this deal lowballed, I couldn't get it. That's the thing. He always goes into deals wanting to pay less for the player that the club of which we buy him for value him. It's always like that. And
Alex, it comes down to facts, mate.
Yeah. Mate,
when it comes to the business side and building the ground of the club and building the structure of the club, he's been quality. And that's where I think a few people miss it, yeah? A few people just want to be narrow-minded and see one side of it, and that's why a lot of other people don't join their claws, yeah? When you be a bit more open in the world and look on both sides of the planet, then you got a leg to stand on, in my opinion. On one side, he's done a bloody good job, like it or lump it. On this side, he's pathetic, and I have never said different. So whether you want to have a dig at people bigging him up or not, I don't really think you see anyone really big him up on the football side. No. As all ever people do is big him up on what he has built at the club. When it comes to the football side, buying players and everything else, he's shocking. And I don't think anyone says any different.
Dan,
let me answer
that, please. Dan, he's been fantastic, making loads of money for him and Joe Lewis.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Ian has made this club into the 8th biggest club in the world, but on the football side, he's shambolic. He should be shot. Whatever you want me to say.
What's the point of being the 8th biggest club in the football world if you don't use money?
I get all that. And he's disgusting on the football. I don't dispute that. But if we weren't even the 8th biggest club in the world, we wouldn't have the money to go for a bloody Eze. It's just he don't bloody do it. He don't care about the football. That's all people say.
Yeah, but
Dan, all people say is one side he gets right, the other side he's diabolical on the football.
No, that's not true. Dan, you don't know that, mate. You don't know that. How do you know that?
Lubo's got a point here. It's a bit like the government. What's the point of having all this money if you're going to misspend it? What's the point if you're going to misspend it?
But that's Levy's legacy. Constantly misspending money. Great, he's built a great stadium, football ground, all this sort of stuff, right? But the man, he's misspent almost 700 million quid. So look at this squad now, right? And Van der Ven, I like Van der Ven, right? Romero, but everyone else, I mean, is that seriously the team that we're going to look after spending 700 million? Look at the team that Poch built, right? Why can't Levy repeat that? Why can't he repeat that? This is what I really want to know. Why can't he repeat the same type of players that he bought under Redknapp to build Redknapp's team? Why can't he do that?
What special players did he actually buy under Poch? Out of a question, what special players?
Well, Tony Alderweireld was one of the best defenders.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was at Southampton because he couldn't get in Atletico Madrid's team. He hadn't established his name
but
yet.
He turned out to be. No, but Dan, yes, but what I'm saying is, it was a good buy that worked, right?
But he never goes and buys the quality of the player that he's 40 million, 50 million, 60 million there and then. That you have a high chance he's going to work, yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, why? No,
he's never done it.
Point,
he don't do it.
Dan, no, you're skewing what I said, right? Why can't he buy quality players and build a team like he did under Redknapp and like he did under Poch? I never said why can't he go out and buy the elite players, right? Ronaldo, Messi, and all of that. That's not what I said, right? During Redknapp's era, for some reason, they assembled a team together, right? That we looked at and thought, yeah, wow, this is a good starting 11. Right, and we looked great. Under Poch, he did the same thing. Why, before that and after that, can't he do that? Why?
Because don't ask me. I don't know why he can't bloody do it. It just seems that every sort of player we go,
I can answer it
on the same sort of pay structure, on the same sort of build that we went for with when we had Poch. He goes for the wrong ones. We're going for youth academy players. We're going for crap like Tell. We're going for crap like Archie Gray. We're going for bullshit like Odegaard. And we're going for stuff like that. But then people go and justify it as well.
I agree with Dan on that. We keep finding these average players that people keep backing. And this is half the reason. When people are justifying Matisse Tell, when people are justifying Odegaard, when they're justifying Solanke at 60 million, they're justifying Gray at 40 million. They're justifying this, justifying that. This is why I don't want those average footballers at the football club.
I agree.
That's why I don't want them.
By the way, we all agree on that.
Everton apparently are in talks with City for Ake. We got Takai.
Listen, this is the truth, guys. This is the truth. As soon as Levy put the final brick in that stadium and that stadium was complete, that's it. Mission accomplished. Now he does whatever the fuck he wants and he's got everyone by the balls. That was it. He just needed that stadium to complete his masterpiece. And he's done it. He's got it over the line. And now this is how it is at Spurs. And everything they spin and everything they tell you about football director, change of boardroom, new manager, it's a new project, new narrative, new spin, just to suck everyone in. It doesn't end, man. It will never end with this lot in charge. And I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go into Levy rant because it ends up being an ugly conversation. But we're trapped.
But still, we're on that same point as well, where it is the fan base so divided. Whereas all I try and do, I speak for myself here, is just be open-sided in life and see two sides of an argument. Yeah, because when you're just narrow-minded and only look down one side and won't refuse to look at the other side, it can make you look a bit skeptical on the other side and people not willing to listen to you because you're so one way down one end. But then when you see both sides and you add it up, on the football, he has been diabolical. But then half this fan base needs to shut up or make their mind up and practice what they preach. Stop accepting crap players. Stop justifying crap players. Stop saying, don't worry, he's going to be good in 3 years. Stop saying, oh, don't worry, we need more through that youth academy. When we keep getting bloody young players, but this youth academy is so bloody excellent that everyone preaches on it, or a lot preach on about, yet we still go and get a number 20 like an Archie Gray, or we go and get, and that's no dig at you personally, and bloody Tell and that. Oh yeah, but their quality. Well, what about our youth system that's so good then? Spurs fans, what do you want? Do you want an Eze? Do you want quality? Or will you just sit there every time we get a Tell and a fucking Gray and an Odegaard and then justify it like, oh, Bergvall, he's the next Messi as well. He's done okay, but add all that money up together, there's Eze on the table and another player as well, most probably. But again, we are that divided that some people are narrow-minded. They don't want to see the other side, but then they will totally justify this prick when he goes and screws it up on the football side. And well, where are we going? What do people actually want? Do people actually want to be happy with this youth crap that we keep buying? I've got nothing wrong with youth players, and then justifying it, or do people just want to say, you know what? Screw the youth lot. We actually need some decent players in there because we've got an excellent youth academy anyway that can't even get into the bloody first team over bloody Tell or Poxy Gray. My
Would you
rant
like
over.
some more good news? Would anyone like some more good news?
Yeah, go on.
Would anyone? So again, depending on if you want to listen, Gary Jacob tonight has said Tottenham have been interested in Savinho, but do not want to pay Manchester City's 67 million valuation.
Right, surprise.
I'm reporting.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that one. But by the way,
report is again.
But by the way, just quickly, look, I think everyone emotions are high, and everyone's friends in the chat. Just calm down. Look, guys, can we talk about where the fuck do we go from here? Like where you've got 12 days of the window. I'm expecting to see a scattergun over the next week of mediocre footballers. Don't get me wrong, there are certain players that will go, okay, you're decent, you're good. But where do we go? Who do we get?
Look, for
Who
me,
does Frank want? Who does the manager want?
Give me all
no, but no. You see, the thing is, right? We always do this, right?
noise.
We need to start acting like a big club and bringing names into the club, right? We've lost two superstars, Kane and Son, right? And we haven't even replaced them with a superstar name at all.
Yeah.
We should be doing that as Tottenham Hotspur. We've always been known for having superstar players like the Gascoignes and the, I don't know, Linekers and the Hoddles and everyone else that we could reel off, right? The Klinsmans, etc. Right? But we don't do that anymore. We just don't do that. And we don't even look like we have the intention of doing that anymore. That's what we should be doing because the fans need to be galvanized, right? They need top players coming in so they can look forward to something, right? And having good players on the pitch will unite a fan base because there's less things to argue about. Having Tell on the pitch, right, isn't going to unite anyone. In fact, it may ruin people's marriages. You know, it's just nuts.
Silver, earlier you spoke about Nottingham Forest, right? And I picked them as an example because this is a chairman that everyone, or that fat prick Marinakis. I wish Marinakis owned Tottenham because you know what he's gone and done relatively to the money he's got and the ambition, relative ambition. He's protected, stopped them selling Gibbs White, protected their prized asset. He's gone and spent more money than Tottenham have this window, when Forest have got a revenue that's about a third of Tottenham's. That's relative ambition. Our owners are a fucking joke, an absolute joke. The relative ambition that we show compared to the size of the football club is an utter disgrace. And people go on about, oh, what a fantastic job he's done off the pitch as well.
Who cares?
Some of which is true. But let's just discount it a little
who
bit by
cares?
the fact that, well, one, no one cares, but let's also
Connor, who
discount it
cares?
a little
How
bit
does
by
that
the fact.
help us as fans?
No, I
A lot
agree.
of
I
fans
agree.
do
He's getting to that.
I agree, but let me
getting to
finish. Let me finish. I completely agree. There's no good growing the size of the football club if we're not going to take advantage of the platform we've got. But you have also got to remember, Enoch bought into Tottenham at a time when the Premier League was a fraction of the size it is now. They bought a hugely supported, huge London-based club with huge growth opportunities, whereby they could take advantage of it. That's the one thing Joe Lewis can always do. He knows a market opportunity, and he got in at the right time. During the time that Enoch have owned Tottenham, the Premier League's revenue has grown from 2 billion to over 6 billion. So although Tottenham's has grown, a lot of it is actually just a byproduct of the fact that the Premier League has grown massively. In that same time, Premier League wages have gone up by a bigger percentage than that revenue growth, whereas Tottenham's wages haven't gone anywhere near the level of revenue growth that Tottenham have had. And this is what people don't realise. We've had 6 years without a naming rights deal, which would have brought a further 120 million in to the football club. The football club has spent over 500 million in the last 10 years on property of Tottenham's cash, not Enoch's cash, not external debt, Tottenham's cash that could have been spent towards players has been spent on infrastructure in the last 10 years, 500 million. People continue to accept it and defend it. And until that changes, and look, I was at the protest of 20, and we can argue about whether it was wrongly timed, which I think has got some rationale to make that argument. But football fans are fickle. All it took was a couple of links with players that we're not going to sign and a good performance against PSG to have that 20 people turn up to that protest.
Connor,
It's an
it happened
absolute
before then, mate.
farce.
Connor, it happened before then. Look, this is why I've questioned these protests. I'm not against them. I want to be at them, yeah? The thing I questioned from the day I was there, yeah? Had a good day there as well. Met a few people, enjoyed it, and they were good, solid protests. Bar whatever dickhead made that song up to sing for it, he needs to be put on the side anyway, just for the bloody song that we preached while we was walking down there. It was almost embarrassing to bloody sing it. But the point of it is, this fan base, again, is so weak and divided, it is cut up into more bloody eighths than a bloody ounce. The thing is with it, when it comes down to the crunch, as all he had to do was just do a couple of things right at Spurs. We won a cup, and there you go. That's most of the protests out the window. My question was for it all, it wasn't questioning the protests. It was questioning the people at the protests. Were they actually there for Enoch out, Levy out? Or were most of them there because we were doing dog shit and doing 15th, 16th in the league wherever we were, and they wanted Ange out? We'll see on the next big protest.
It was a combination of both.
That was what I questioned. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying how much was the percentage in it. That is what I question with it. I'm not saying there weren't people there for it.
Who are we going? So who are we going for before it turns into a Levy thing? And we'll get there. But we're like, on a serious note, we do have 12 days left of the window to go. And by all accounts, we were told there was £68 million there for Eze and 60 odd million pound for Savinho. What do Spurs do right now? Because the only way this gets salvaged for me is if we go and buy 2 or 3 very good footballers. I'm talking about people like Akalouche. And apologies if I said his name wrong. I'm talking about Akalouche. I'm talking about Savio. I'm talking about these footballers that are quality footballers with their feet. That's the only way I see this being calmed down, if that makes sense. I'm livid, but that's the only way I will. Does that make sense, guys? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I can go on that. Honestly, I can go with realistic options too that sort of match the profile we've been out after. For the left wing position, honestly, I would look at Kubo from Sociedad. His technical ability is so overlooked, and because he's been put on sort of ice, Sociedad is such the way they play football, I can't even explain it. All I can say is that when Isak, during his last season there, 6 goals and 2 assists in 34 appearances before he left for Newcastle, and then he smashes up in the Prem the season after. Like, they're a special team down the line. Kubo plays for them. 60 million euro release clause, so that's in pounds. I don't know what it is, but it's like 54 maybe something. Bam, you get a technical left winger there that sort of brings you the same sort of threat Kudus brings from the right. And then when it comes to attacking midfielding options, honestly, that's the most difficult. I would probably look at someone like Olmo, because that's the only way you get up to the level of a Eze. And Barca, they always need money, especially in the situation they are in now. They got Fermin Lopez in his position. They have potentially Rafinha that can play there. They have other academy lads. It's not like they would, hurt to miss him because he's quite injury prone.
Have we got it in us to go to Barca and take Dani Olmo?
I mean, I'm just putting names up there that would sort of.
I know. I agree with you.
Level.
Otherwise, Alex, I completely agree with you. Dani Olmo is the sort of name now where you go, cool, okay, cool. Yeah, all right, we didn't get Eze, we got Dani Olmo. I'm all over that. But can Tottenham rock up to Barcelona and go, boom, and we'll have him in a few days? This is the problem, right?
I don't believe we can on the Levy. I'm just saying it's a stupid talk, honestly. But what I would do, because that's the sort of players that they are at the Savinho level in sort of ability and profile. Like, you have to look at both. So, yeah, this is the thing. 12 days left, and we're all in meltdown now over what no one really. Yeah, some maybe saw this coming. That it would shit itself eventually. But the fact that it's Arsenal, nobody can deny that it's just
Every club knows we are super ultra desperate now, and they are going to pull our pants down in every deal now. We got mugged off from Gibbs White. Parish could smell it, so he waited out, got a better deal for Eze because we weren't prepared to pay that money. And now whoever we go for, they are going to royally bend us over. And Levy, he ain't the kind of guy that takes that. I honestly think we're going to end up having a very average window. I hope to be wrong. I need to be wrong. Otherwise, we are going to be playing Stoke football for the whole season because we're not going to have the attackers to play attacking football.
Still, you say he's not the one to take it. The way he's just took these two, mate, he might as well be walking like John Wayne. He has been done good and proper.
That motivates Levy to go for El Canus, or even if he wants to take it to the like Archie Gray level, he'll go and spend 50 million on a dibbling. But that won't make up for any of the sort of ready-made quality we need. We need ready-made quality. He's gonna go for
How can you salvage this? We went for one of the most influential midfielders in the league last season in Gibbs White. We failed. We then went for one of the best statistically. When you compare him to so many other wingers, Savinho is right up there. We couldn't do that. Then we went for one of the best number 10s in the league. That's now failed. We've gone for some prime players and we haven't got one over the line. Anything we do now for me is a step down. I honestly thought we'd get Mbuemo because of the Frank link. No. The only one really maybe if we get him, you'd say, okay, do you know what? That's still good, is Wissa. But I don't think we'll get him. I think Brentford are going to demand at least 10, 50 million more than the valuation.
Wissa isn't an Eze. He's not a Salvin. He's just, I don't know, man. Like you said, it's just a downgrade now. Is Wissa really going to change our fortunes that much? Whilst he would get into our team, of course he's
better than what we got, Maz, on that flank.
But this is
he's better than Tell. He's better than.
Isn't that an indictment of where we're at? That we're willing to, rather than get players that are genuinely going to uplift us, like a Kudus, right? We're going for that player below that standard, in my point of view.
Yeah, do you know what?
We need kudos and better players, not like the level just a little bit above Richarlison and Solanke.
If Kudus gets injured, we're fucked. We are literally screwed. There is nothing creating anything in that team. Nobody's creating other than
exactly. And what would the people actually prefer? It's a straightforward question. That we go out and desperately buy someone mid-standards, or just go buy another bloody 30, 25 million year old bloody kid or whatever and that, or that we just, do you know what? This ain't going to be easy. Play with 5 at the back, play a 5-2-2-1 or a 5-3-2, whatever way we do it, and just play it like the way we can, because it is about the only way that it is the best formation for this team at this moment in time, in my opinion. And then do we wait for January and see if we can really get something in there, go from there? Or do we just accept some more mid-standard crap, just to add a couple of players to the
January's
team?
even
What do we do?
to deal with now,
I know that, but I know, but that's what I'm saying. What do we do? Then what do we do? It's a question. It's an honest question.
Right now, players like Paqueta, we should be going to West Ham and going, how much do you want? 50 million. Paqueta.
Keteleri. Go get Keteleri off Atalanta.
Right.
Guys,
sorry, Luke,
the thing is,
so the problem is the problem here. Whatever player you're mentioning, some really good players there. I've just had a text from a pal of mine who sums it up. Ridiculous transfer window. Levy should have paid up sooner. Thinks he's clever. Most fuckwits do, and that sums it up. So how can you trust him?
You're right.
How can you trust him to go and get any of these decent players that you guys are mentioning now? He doesn't know how to close a deal. Every deal with him is a war. I've said it so many times. It's a negotiation, Daniel. It's not a war. These people swim in the same pond. You've got to go back and deal with them again and again. 100%. They all bloody hate him. They don't want to deal with him.
Well, the other thing is as well, Lubo.
Sorry?
Lubo, he's stepping out of his class now with some of these people as well. This is the other thing. These clubs aren't in the position they were in 10 years ago when they had to sell as well. That's
very true. Very true. Very true.
Forest with Marinakis. Marinakis just said, no, it ain't fucking happening. unlucky. It's not happening. I'm
Yeah.
wealthy as well, and I've got a football club that's making money. So it's not happening. This is
Connor, do you know
what
what
we
they
need to
say?
realise.
Connor,
We need to move
buying
on.
players, Connor, recruitment is the most important part of a football club. Whether it's bringing in the right manager, the right coach, the right players, whatever it is, he is not fit for purpose. So he cannot be a chairman.
It's a
This
good job
doesn't-
Vinay's doing the deals then, Lubo, isn't it?
Great job. Great job he's doing as well. Wonderful job he's doing.
Honestly,
To be honest, it ultimately doesn't matter who's doing the deals or not whilst you've got ENIC as owners, because they're the ones that are setting the
There is no
parameters.
point. Right, Connor. I keep saying
Connor,
until they go,
Connor, did you see how much Forest actually have spent so far? This is adding Douglas Luiz at 30 million euros.
What's it, 180 million or something like that?
Forest have spent 200 million euros, so whatever that is, right?
Yeah, so-
200 million euros, and now they're in talks with is it Seville or Villarreal for one of the fullbacks or whoever they're buying. Now, do you know what? We all
Do
sat
you know what their
here a
revenue
month
is, Sav?
ago.
Sav, do you know what their revenue is? 190 million pound is their revenue.
Well, I was going to say, mate,
650 this year.
we all
Connor,
sat here.
Connor, they spent
hang on,
174 million.
Yeah. We all sat here and absolutely cussed the shit out of Marinakis a month ago. Marinakis is Marinakis that. Who would you rather have in charge of you right now?
Marinakis, 100%.
I'm.
Sava, can I go in on that? I actually 6 months ago, before this mess with Gibbs White even took place, I praised the hell out of Marinakis because he was the total opposite you get from Levy, who just it's not something that makes a difference. But Levy sits there during games, never even has a smile on his face. It's like he's forced to be there. Marinakis like passionate. It's more this non-typical Sherman that's passionate, gets things done. He spent crazy money. People can argue that he just spent cash on random players. But look where it ended up with Forest last season. The most massive, overperforming since I don't know how long you want to go back, but it was massive overperforming by them. And then when Gibbs White took place, everybody just cussed him, and rightly so, whatever. I'd rather have him. I said 6 months ago, Marinakis, that's a real Sherman, honestly. And that's someone that I would I would be able to get behind to 100%. But Levy, he's like the total opposite. He's just coward, honestly. That's what it is.
We have the least ambitious owners in the league relatively to size. We have the least. Fulham's owners are more ambitious than Tottenham's relative to size. Fulham's owners have put in something like 700 million of their own money to make sure they can establish
Connor,
Fulham as a Premier League club.
Nothing.
Wait, can I?
And another problem, Connor, with this, right, is Spurs should be more streetwise. They should know that they need to get deals done quickly to stop the sharks circling and nicking their dinner, right? They should know that Arsenal could come in at any point, right, and outbid them, and they should be ready for that. But we're so naive as a club.
Yeah, naive is the word, yeah.
We're so naive as a club. And another issue is we've all been reading the reports. Arsenal are interested in Eze, Tottenham are interested in Eze, blah blah blah, all summer, right? We've been after him for almost 2 years. So why haven't we gone in with an offer they can't refuse and sewn the deal up within 24 hours or 48 hours at most, and not give the other clubs an opportunity to approach him? So too late, deal's done.
That's what I said, man. Yeah, go on, Michael. I don't want to.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, I just don't have the energy to, jump in randomly. So, yeah, listen, I've said it when I started going live on YouTube with you guys, right? I said it a long time ago, right? I think some clubs need to realize that the landscape has completely changed with Premier League, right? 20 years ago, right? If Manchester United liked a Crystal Palace player, right? They rocked up to Crystal Palace, said to them, listen, how much for this player? Crystal Palace said 20 million. United turned around and said 5 million and you will kiss my ass, right? And Crystal Palace had to agree because the landscape financially was much different than it is right now, right?
Yeah.
And some chairmen accepted that, right? Like Chelsea, like Arsenal even right now, like City and Newcastle, obviously, right? Newcastle, I know they are failing to get their target, but theirs is a different issue, right? We have a chairman that, as you boys mentioned plenty of times, he just wants to win, right? He just thinks he has the financial leverage over Crystal Palace or Brentford or other clubs. No, you don't, right? This is the biggest thing that changed, in my opinion, in the landscape of English football, right? This is the biggest thing. Like Crystal Palace don't need to sell Gueye and Eze, right? They can sell them to get profits. They don't need to sell them, right? This is just it, right? And when it comes to, and additionally, because Sava, that was a bit time ago, but you asked where do we go, right, after this whole Eze fiasco, right? Like I could easily name you 10 center attacking mids in Europe right now that we could go for, but we could get them a month ago, not now, right? This is the issue. Right now, right? If, I don't know, we want to go there and sign, I don't know, like just out of, let's say Pedro Goncalves from Sporting, right? I know, class player, right? A bit injury prone, but class player, right? We turn to Sporting, right? We ask how much for them, and they say, you know what? We would need to replace him, right? Let's say 70, right? Where the real price is 40, right? Because we need to replace him, right? Mm-hmm. Then we rock up to PSV, ask for Malik Tillman, right? And PSV go like, we really want to fight for the title with Ajax, right? 50 instead of 25 a month ago, right? This is what we got ourselves into, and which is why I said we will get an 18-year-old right now because of how little time is left, right? This is the biggest issue because the players are there. There is a metric factor of left wingers in Europe, right, that are close to or maybe even better than Savinho, right? But we just won't get them because there is 12 days left.
Michael,
right?
you spoke about PSV, honestly. Perisic right now, I still think he's Perisic, 36-year-old Perisic. I think he's better than Tel, Odebert, and Johnson in technical ability. Honestly, I think he's still at this age better than them and would contribute.
This is why, no matter what we've been right or wrong about, this is why whenever we do these shows and I say you have to get the deals done, and people go, I don't mind as long as it's done by the end of the window. This is why that is never ever a sentence that should leave anyone's mouth. Yeah. This is what happens. The end of the window is for opportunistic signings. The end of the window is for, okay, we've got our 3 or 4 players we wanted in. Hang on, this deal's become available. Shall we go for it? Van der Vaart on the last day becomes available. You don't get to, 17, 18 days of the window and then go, right, there's our first bid for Savio or there's our first bid for Eze.
It's farcical.
It's just crazy. And Mikhail is absolutely right. Now, any club we go to, if they are not thinking of selling that player or they do not have PSR issues, right, or they've not got a player lined up, we're going to have the same thing again. Now, people can chuck in names. I'm seeing Morgan Rogers. Do we really think with 12 days to go, Aston Villa are going to give us Morgan Rogers, even if we offered 100 million? Do we really think Aston Villa are going to go on, have one of our star players? Now, never. I don't think this would happen, but if you go to Aston Villa on the first week of the window and you start unsettling Morgan Rogers, I don't know if he wanted to go, do you know what I mean? Now you've got a slightly different conversation. Right now, we're going to end up with the El Canuses. We are going to end up with those types of players. We're then going to have all the fucking YouTube videos that tell you all why this player fixes Tottenham, right? With all the little diagrams and the graphs going, he goes this way and he goes this way. Then when it all falls apart, you're going to have the same videos going, oh, what's the manager meant to... This is now in a vicious cycle. So I'm going to say this, right? Enoch and Levy, you have got 12 days. I expect every member of that staff in the recruitment team, the director of football, the chairman, Vinay, I don't care, Charrington, the tea lady. I expect everyone at the Spurs training ground for 24 hours a day now on the phone until Spurs have signed 3 quality footballers. And if they don't, what the fuck do we do this season?
Sava, Sava, do you remember the first ever episode of the Spurs 5 where we were all talking, and I sat there, and Johnny and I think one other person, they didn't agree with what I said, and I said, Vinay's here for PR. Right? He's a PR merchant. That's what Arsenal fans praised him for. He's Donna Cullen on crack, and people saying, "Oh, shut up, Stel. You just hate this." And then I said, "No, he's here. I think he's here for PR." I watched that interview he did with Levy. It was the biggest bromance schmooze fest. I thought this is absolutely sickening. Who are they trying to kid? And people got sucked in by it. And then I said, "Charrington's here to fix us, is he?" I couldn't give a shit what he fixes with the finances. I don't give a damn. It means nothing to me. And yeah,
guys, look, here we go.
I'll take it down. Take it down. Take it down. I feel sick.
Fuck this club.
Take it down.
Fuck this club.
Take it down. Take it down.
Here we let's drink this in. Here we go.
No.
Verbal agreement in place. Palace to receive a package in excess of 60 million. Arsenal win race over Tottenham, been in advanced talks for days, but never sealed.
So this goes back to what Maz said earlier, right? And this is why you've got to look for patterns. Look at the patterns and ask yourself, have the patterns changed? I gave you one pattern before when we signed Davies and Tell first. That pattern is the same pattern as the failure before. Maz mentioned earlier, why aren't we street smart? We got so burnt and absolutely raped with that William deal. You would have thought after that, right, we're never letting that happen again. Guys, it's just happened again. This is William 2.0. It's just happened again. It's worse.
This is worse. This is worse.
This is worse. And these are the patterns that they haven't changed, guys. You can bring in Charrington, Vinay. You can bring in this excellent youth performance coach to work with. Frank, you can bring in Frank. You can change everything. This ownership has a criteria and a mantra that the people they bring in, they've got to work to their regime. And the only time you know that this is changing is if the patterns change. Guys, the patterns haven't changed. The first two signings were dog shit,
the same reason.
and we've just been gazumped like we did with William. The patterns haven't changed. So Lubo, it's no disrespect to you, Johnny, and the boys. It's not. We've all got our opinions. But this is why I never bought into it, and this is why I'll never buy into it, because for me, the patterns haven't changed. It's just... Get ready for a very average season is what I'm saying. I think
this is the same reason.
Still, when they were buying Morgan, when it looked like Gibbs White was going through, we'd never spent 120 million in 3 days. So when you looked at that, and I've been told that Levy was being sidelined, and Vinay's running the football side. I mean, his title.
Who told you that?
CFO.
Who are these people? Who are these people that say this, man? Who are they? I want to meet them.
It was obviously bullshit, wasn't it? It was obviously rubbish.
Yeah, well, I did kind of say that.
Still, when you see the club spend 120 million, which they've never done before in 3 days ever. I can't ever remember Spurs.
Who did we spend 120 million in 3 days?
Sorry? No.
When did we spend 120 million in 3 days?
Had Gibbs White gone through, that with that Kudus, which was 55, and 5 for Takai, would have been 120 million. Now, I looked at that. At first, it looked like Spurs had got Gibbs White. And you're looking at it thinking, do you know what? We've never done this before.
It was never meant to go through. Levy just paid that.
So we never did it, though, innit? But we didn't do it, though.
But look, no. In Ian's defence here, yeah, it fooled a lot of us, yeah. In Ian's total defence here, it mugged a lot of us off.
Not me.
Okay, well, maybe not. All right, then, still, all right, mate, I'll give you a fucking Blue Peter badge if you want it.
No, it's not about.
I'm being sarcastic. I'm being sarcastic. It's sarcasm.
I just don't want it to come across that way. It's just the patterns.
No, my bad. I was being sarcastic. Yeah. In Ian's defence here, it done me. I put my hands up to it. It done a lot of us, and you thought 60 million there, basically, or 55, 60 million there, back to back. Spurs have never done that. We've never done that. Yeah, maybe things could be changing. Maybe things could be happening. And then it started going on. And then it started going on a bit more. And then a few of us sat back and thought, do you know what? This shit ain't happening. And and then it just fell through. So in Ian's defense there, I don't blame him for thinking like that because I got it as well.
Still, one point on your.
You go.
Sorry. Let me just
no,
make
go,
one point. Yeah. 1 point on your point about patterns, right? This is the reason why, as well, I won't get too excited even if they recover this window. Because the first window that they gave Ange wasn't bad. It was a decent window, actually. We got quite a few first-team signings in, and then they delivered him an absolute shambles of a second window last summer with Archie Cray, Bergval, and Solanke being the only established first signing.
And
So
Werner
even
again,
if they
after he
recover
scored
this
1 goal
window,
in 6 months.
the second window will be shit because that is the pattern of ENIC. They don't sustain it year after year. So this is why it doesn't matter what we do until this ownership changes. It doesn't matter what we do in the next 10 days. We've got 25 years of this shit, and I can't believe we're still having this conversation.
It's just come out that Akalouche is either going to be going to PSG or staying at Monaco. You remember all those people last night kind of telling me that Akalouche, they're not
good. Wide player, Akalouche. Good player, Akalouche.
The Akalouche, what they saying in the group last night, Connor, to me, Akalouche, not good enough for Spurs, not convinced.
Yeah.
PSG.
PSG are reaping all the best French talent. All the best French talent. They're getting those for their youth.
Honestly, this is the problem. You go for a player like that a month ago. I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. I've got to go on panel shows with Arsenal fans tomorrow. And I've just got to sit and take it.
Rather you than me.
What can I say on those shows? There's no defense of it.
No, you have to take the L. This is the mother of L's. This is the mother of L's.
Sure.
You just got to take it.
Absolutely, it's the mother of L's.
I put all over the Tottenham away social media. We've hijacked Eze. I'm fucked. I'm getting rinsed.
You know, wait. There is a way out of that. Yeah, the way you got to do is you've got to use the old Eminem way sort of defense. If anybody gets what I mean, you know, slate your club on the ground to the floor so they've really got nothing back to say at you. That's about the only chance you've got. Does people get what I'm saying? What film is it out of? 8 Mile. Yeah, 8 Mile. Sit there, rip the shit out of your own mother, parents, whatever. I'm not saying do that on there, but and then they've just got nothing to say to you and you sit back like that. That's the only tactics you got.
Do you know what? When I heard we're in for Savinho, I never once thought we're going to get him, right? I thought, hope maybe just
nor did I.
In my head, I thought, and I said this to Lubo, and Lubo called me up. I said they're going to want payback for the Harry Kane saga. Plus, Daniel Levy's been on Sky Sports digging out the 115 charges in his interview with Gary Neville. We think City are going to do us a favour. They are going to squeeze so much out of the deal that we're going to say, you know what, we don't need this. It's too expensive. And when I was making my cup of tea, I heard someone say, this chairman's pissed off so many other clubs. They don't want to do business with us, man. They just don't. And we aren't prepared to do business in a way which is not amicable, but just on a playing field where there's just that equal understanding. What's your price? Okay, here's the money. It's what's your price? Okay, I'll give you Richarlison and a free ticket to do the skydive or the skywalk at Tottenham. How's that sound? And these guys look at us and say, are you taking them in?
Which player will we announce has got a new contract tomorrow?
Bentancur.
No, which player will we announce in the next 48 hours to sign a new contract?
Johnson.
If I wake up tomorrow and see that we fucking signed a deal with some dog grooming company or Hugo Boss, or that we've announced that fucking Lily Allen is singing at the stadium or something, mate, my straw. What is it? Straw, camel's back, something along those lines. Gone.
It's broken.
Sad.
It's broken. Sava is broken.
David Ornstein just announced Chelsea have reached agreement to buy Julio Enciso.
Oh, and Cisco, yeah. And he's good. And they're buying him for Strasbourg with the long-term plan of him joining Chelsea.
Look, the way we have left this so long, and there was players out there for taking. I said out and out again, go check the Italian transfer window. There's not many of them that have actually spent money when you look at the revenue they are coming at the same time. Most of them haven't had the money to put about. It's just a lot of them have still bought a lot of players. And I think there's about 4 teams now that have spent technically over 40 million with the revenue they've had come in as well, sort of thing, yeah? There's still players out there you could go out there and try and go for. I mean, now you're leaving it late, but we've still got the money, or you'd think, or the capability to at least get to Keteleri or Edison, for God's sake. But we have left it that late. I'm always one who says if we leave it to the last day of the window, as long as we get them, I don't care. It's not the way I want to do it. It's not the way it should happen. It's not the way I want it to happen. But it is just the Spurs way of usually doing it. As long as they get there, I'm usually happy. But this one now is just looking to the point where I'm actually thinking, unless some banging deal comes up, do you know what? Just don't even bother and see what you can do in January or save it till next season.
Yeah, I was on some Arsenal channels yesterday, and I'm gonna hold so many licks now because I went on Deluded Gooner, if you know who that is, and I said the Here We Go tomorrow is gonna hit different. That's what I said. That's what I said. It's gonna hit different, and they fucking came, and it hit fucking different because now it's
fucking different.
I forgot I said that, and I literally, I was that confident. That's how fucking.
You know what Spurs teaches you. You know what Spurs teaches you, Stelios? Not to bark before the sun comes up, right? Just don't fucking do it.
I
right?
just do it to wind up Arsenal fans, right? I just do it to wind them up. I'm always winding them up. But you know what? Go on, Michael.
I was watching the Super Cup final with my friend, also a Spurs supporter, right? And at 2-0, he was like, the game is done. We won it, right? He opened up a beer. He was like all happy and stuff, right? And I told him, do not fucking say it before it happens, right? And what happened? We fucking lost the game, right? I had plenty of my mates, right, saying, oh, Spurs to Eze is done. Eze to Spurs is done, right? Yeah, sure it fucking is, right? As you said, Stelios, before he holds the shirt, right? And before we do the whole social media bullshit, right? Don't fucking say it, right? Because honestly, us as Spurs fans, we should learn that we will speak the bad things into reality, right? This is what happens with Spurs, right? You speak bad things into reality when you get too cocky and too confident. Remember, this club only makes good things happen.
Speak bad things to reality, or have we just predicted exactly what we thought would happen?
No. But that's just toxic negative, isn't it? So don't even go there.
Sorry, I was weaving it so it fitted my narrative in that moment.
Michael, I think it's fair to say I'm the only one on this show that come end of the season, I became a defender of Ange, right? And I'm not going to go into an Ange conversation.
Yeah,
I just want to call me what you like. I can.
It's the one thing you let yourself down on still.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm the only one on this show, right? But I just want to make it. I just want to make this clear. My biggest reason for saying keep him is because I honestly felt whoever comes in next isn't going to get the backing we want. And just in my heart, I felt Ange had proven he can do something under this ownership. But now I'm watching this transfer window pan out. I genuinely feel sorry for Frank, you know that. As much as I'd still want Ange over Frank, and I stick by that, watching this happen to a coach who's genuinely giving it a go, and he has. Frank's giving it a go, right? I've coached enough to know that this guy's giving it a real go. To see this happen to a new manager, for me, I genuinely feel sorry for Frank the way this is going, because he's going to be dealt such a wretched hand that if this is how the window is going to go, when we're playing 2-3 games a week and he gets an injury, he gets a suspension, or this player's got international duty, or a player's tired, and he's got to rotate, I honestly think it's going to unravel so badly. He's not going to know how to deal with it. Not because he's a shit coach, because this club puts managers in positions they've never been in before. Conte had never been in a shit show like the one we put him in. Mourinho had never been in a shit show like the one we put him in. Every manager in this club gets put in situations they were never prepared for. And do you know what? Frank's going to be another one. Frank will be another one that gets put in an impossible position.
He's going to be one that he's going to get round about 2 players that he can put in that first team. At least you can say with Ange, for God's sake, he had about 5 players he could put in that first team. This fella is going to get... And the problem is he's going to have as well is, again, with this divided Spurs community, some there for the right, the wrong, whatever reasons you want to say, there's going to be... You're always going to compare to the previous manager. It's what you do. It's how you can see whether you're improving or not. But there's still too many people out there that are going to be slamming him on the points or making him right on the points. Like the other night, I turned around and said, I feel he got it a bit wrong with PSG in the last 15, 20 minutes. Shouldn't have brought Archie Gray on. Others totally disagreed with it. It's opinion at the end of the day. But when it's an opinion, it's an opinion. But I think there's just still a lot of point scoring to go on at Arsenal where people are going to pick at every little bit that this fella does and absolutely slam him for it.
I agree with you, Dan. I don't
you
know
know what?
how-
I can't.
Just one point. Sorry,
Sorry.
Baz. I agree with you, Dan, and how anyone has got the energy for it to have this point scoring over the manager when surely, I mean, we're now the 25th year into this. How are we not just uniting and realizing that the ownership leaves every manager with their hands tied behind their back? Doesn't matter. who you are,
Divided
you
and
can beat
conquered, mate.
Guardiola.
It's the oldest tactic in the book. The English done it against the Vikings. When the Vikings came over, they was basically untouchable and destroyed us. So what we went and done was went over to a few of them, offered them a bit of money to work for us. They done for that. Same with them ones, worked for that. And then we turned them on each other, sat back and said, thank you, basically. Divide and conquer. It's easier to fight 8 teams than it is one big team. It's the oldest trick in the book.
I keep thinking about the shows that we did with Sava last year, right at the end when we were talking about once we'd won the cup and we're going into the Champions League, right now Spurs need to show us something. We need to. Yeah, it was a seminal moment in our history where we needed to right the wrongs of the past and really build something going forward. And just look at what Arsenal have done, finishing second 8 years in a row, or whatever they've done. Right? They've gone and signed Gyökeres and now Eze and that other Zubimendi and another player I can't remember the name of. And what have we done? We've signed Tell and some Japanese player I've never heard of. And that's what we've done. And Man United, they've gone and dumped 200 million where they had no money apparently, and they were at sort of on their knees financially. That's not true, obviously. But we've done it the right way, guys. We've done it the right way, and we should be really happy about that.
The sustainable way, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just add on top of?
I mean, we are the net zero. We are the net zero
What does
of
that
the
say,
Premier
Alex?
League.
Yeah, can I just add this? If we thought Frank wasn't more fucked than he already is, he apparently wants 2. He wanted 2 number 10s after Madison's injury. 2.
Mate, don't listen to anything that Jacobs guy says, man. He's a
Really?
Jacobs biscuit cracker. That guy. He's not. He's ridiculous.
Yeah, but let's be honest. That is right. You don't have any playmakers. We need 2. That is right. He's not wrong. Can I just say where I disagree with Stealth slightly on this? I think with a transfer window like this, it's a bloody good job we have got a Thomas Frank and not an angepostecoglou. It's a bloody good job we have got someone that will coach the players and actually make them structured. It's all well and good saying that Ange showed he can win something here. He hasn't got the Europa League to fall back on this year. He hasn't got that. He showed he can't do it in the Premier League. So for me, I think we should be a little bit grateful right now that we've got a tactician like Thomas Frank who won't embarrass us, who won't lose 22 games, who can...
But Sava, isn't that like a workaround as opposed to a true solution?
Hang on.
Do you see what I mean? Like they've done this because of that fact. No, I know. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
If you had kept Ange, right? If you had kept Ange for this season with Champions League football, with this squad, nothing changed.
We'd be finished.
You are
just...
No, I'm not. That's not
relegated. Well, let me finish the sentence. Jesus, calm down. You are just wide open every game again, with no tactics, going into every game wide open, no matter who we're playing, whether it's PSG, whether it's the same thing again. So for me, I think that whether we've had a shit transfer window or not, the manager situation had to change. I don't buy into this that we should have kept Ange because we knew the window was going to be crap. We needed a coach to come in and coach.
No, that's not the point I was trying to make. What I'm trying to say is that I almost feel that it's they've done this appointment because they know they're not going to spend the money and get the right players in for the club, right?
It looks like it.
But I agree. It's not that.
It still needed to be done, Maz.
I know, but they put themselves into that position, though, Saba. Right? They got rid of their Contes and their Joses and their Pochettinos. They had the great managers there, right? They could have acted like a big club with those managers, but they didn't, right? Then they got themselves into this spiral of negativity and losingness with Ange, right? And they put themselves in a position whereby they had to bring in a good coach like Frank to steady the ship, right? And work with the crap that we've got. But I don't want to be in that situation. I'll keep harking back to this. I want what they promised me when the stadium was built.
I agree.
But do you know what, Maz?
I think you're missing my point. Maz, I completely agree with you. I want a coach and I want top signings to come through the door. But my point is, if those top signings aren't going to come through the door, I am bloody grateful right now that we have got a coach that will not allow us to get embarrassed like we were last season. Yes, we won the Europa League, but but still, we're not going to lose 22 games of football. We're not going
to play Burnley every week, though.
No, but still, he didn't lose 22 games of football whilst at Brentford with lesser footballers. So he's not going to lose 22 games of football at Tottenham Hotspur.
Right? Better attackers. He had better attackers.
Do you not?
Hang on. He might have had better attackers. We will buy some attackers. You watch. I bet you in the next 2-3 days we get Wissa. Whatever we have to pay, I bet you.
That changes everything, doesn't it? That changes it.
Tottenham will now go on the offensive. I'm not saying we're going to go and get loads of brilliant players, but right now, Levy and whoever else behind the scenes, they are going to be in full panic mode, seeing every Spurs fan is in this. Every Spurs fan is this, right?
But that's when we sign players like Sissoko. When they're
I understand, but what I think is we'll go for that level, which is acceptable, but not the Savios and Ezes. We will start going now. For me, I think we start going for the Wissers. By the way, I'll start him up front for Spurs. But there's no way this manager loses 22 games of football with this squad. There is no.
He won't, Sav. Right?
But I don't think we're going to sign these players because these clubs now know we're desperate and they're going to jack up the price on us. And Levy's not going to want to pay these prices.
Sorry, can I just stop? Sorry. How is this turning into a toxic? Have you not listened to a word I've said all show? What have I said that's toxic positive?
What the fuck is toxic positive?
What are we doing? Are you kidding me? We now need players like Wissa just to stay in the top 10. What are we doing?
There's one thing, guys. There's one thing Ange was right about. There's one thing Ange was right about. Are we not entertained? I mean, come on. This is what entertainment's all about, boys. Ange was always right, mate. He was always right. But look, do you know? I want to ask this question to you guys. Do you think, right now that Cuti Romero signed a new contract as captain? Do you not think this? Do you not think, right? What Daniel Levy does to the fans, right? You know, when season ticket renewal is up and all the PR comes out. So let's go with what Stel said, right? Where Vinay is this PR masterclass, even like Donna Cullen on crack, right? What you said, Stel, right? If that's the case, do you not think they've just gone and done that to the actual players at Spurs, like the Maddison posting about Eze on his story saying wanting to come basically and flirting with him and Romero signing a new contract? Romero must be sitting there looking like, what have I done? Like, what have I done? Like, what have I actually done? And that, I'm not joking. And also, not just that, the fact that Sky Sports reported... Hold on. The fact that Sky Sports reported that we were going to include Richarlison in a deal for Eze, is that not going to stir things more with someone like Richarlison and people within the club? The actual players we actually have got, who we actually like, especially someone like Romero, who's our captain. I think it's just going to be a downhill spiral from here now. I can't see us buying any quality players now.
I hope Romero.
We're going to sign El Canoes. What's that?
I hope
Do you
Romero
know what?
hands in a transfer request
I
tomorrow.
hope so too, just because I think it'll be the most entertaining thing I've ever seen. Honestly,
El Canusi's going to Crystal
hilarious.
Palace. He's the Eze replacement.
But do you know what? The fact that we can't even get players from Nottingham Forest, right, and Crystal Palace. Do you know what? I'm going to say this now. Nottingham Forest are a big club than us right now. I'm not even joking.
They're not
We
big.
can't even-
No, they're not a bigger. They've got a better owner than we have.
Yeah,
They've
that
got a
makes
better
it bigger.
owner.
That makes it,
Behaving
we
bigger,
can't even
they're
get
behaving
players from them. We can't even get players from them. What is this?
Well, we did. We got Brendan Johnson. We did. I mean, the worst one.
Oh, good. This is.
But guys, when I was saying about Wissa, like for now, what the reason I'm saying that is, by the way, I like Wissa.
I hope we get
But
Wissa.
I think this will be now what we will do is I think you'll start seeing us overpay for a few. I do. I think we will now. You watch. I bet we overpay for a few rather than overpaying for the one we actually wanted. It will be the most Spursy thing ever. That we go to Brentford, for example, and they say 50, and we go, all right,
60.
because right now the PR disaster for Tottenham Hotspur is huge. As of tonight, guys, forget Levy in, Levy out, forget all of this. Right now, as of tonight, guys, the bar for Tottenham Hotspur is on the floor, right? The PR they're going to have to spin in this next 12 days is going to have to be of the most sensational order. This is the equivalent of when a president is losing a presidential candidate with 2 weeks to go until voting, and you now need to go out and make up some scandals about your opponent to try and claw it back. We are a mess.
Sav, all it will take for most of this fan base, because the vast majority are so fickle, we've only got to be linked with another good player in the next couple of days or beat Man City at the weekend, and most of the fans will turn back again. You know, Sean will be putting up videos saying my chairman
100%, Connor. 100%.
They are so
10%.
Don't give Connor credit like that, Bob. We've been saying that for a long time, Bob. It doesn't.
Yeah, but we've been doing this for ages, Alex. So I'm giving him credit. He's right.
Yeah, no disrespect, bro. But this is standard, bro. This is standard. Come on now. Thomas not saying anything we ever said for how many years now. Come on now. Don't talk to him like he said something like goal, for goodness sake. We've been saying that for ages, bro.
I know that.
This is standard for fans, bro. You're talking like he said this is like goal, for goodness sake.
Alex,
you know what I mean? No, I'm just saying. I was just woken up, Bob, because I was, you know what? I was like sitting there thinking,
I can tell, mate. I can tell.
I just woken up because I was sitting there thinking, do I really want to talk about Eze and all this pressing stuff and seeing people saying that what they're saying at the moment? Because really, honestly, I was in a good mood. You know what I mean? But then I just heard that. I was like,
Alex,
come on.
Just calm down, mate.
No, bro, I'm calm, Bob. I'm calm.
You
just woke up the main event. I've got to be honest. But anyway, you know what I mean? As you were.
Either way, I apologise. Sorry, Connor, you were 100% right. Either way.
Yeah.
You better start liking that coach that we've got, Alex. You better start liking that coach, because we've got a hell of a lot of work to do.
Sava, I told the truth about this coach right now. He's got a lot of coaching to do. We agree. But he's got 18 months. He's got 18 months. You know what I mean? Like every other Tottenham manager. He'll
have less than that, Alex. He'll have less than
that,
mate.
True. That's the thing. So there's no, you know, like I said, I don't get emotional with managers anymore, because why should I? You know what I mean? Because everything
I don't think
changes.
it's about being emotional over it.
I don't think this is anything about the manager, to be honest. This is
no. But I'm just saying that you were talking about the manager. You said about the manager to me, Saba. That's what you was asking me about, not about the player. So I'm saying to you that I'm not getting emotional about the manager anymore. I don't get emotional about managers anymore, because, you know, I think he's actually done not too bad. You know what I mean? It's just at the moment he's still got a lot to do at the moment, and he's got a lot to prove at the moment. Still, it's too early. It's too early.
But I guess the question is, Alex, to what end? What to get us 10th? To not lose, 22 league games. If that's the goal,
what are they expecting, Maz?
Yeah.
Right now, what is anyone's expectation with this squad? Because mine is top 10th.
Yeah, I think at least you should get 8th with this squad. At least 8th.
No, 10th.
9th.
No, I think 8th.
Alex, you got adding injuries as well.
At the football club.
And we're gonna get injuries. If Kudus gets injured, we are fucked.
Oh
Like,
God, yes,
completely
Danny.
fucked.
To be fair, he's made out of
Sorry,
steel.
man. Sorry,
Doesn't get injured, but look at Solanke. He didn't get injured for like 3 years on the bounce.
We're Tottenham, though, Alex.
We've got this unique way of destroying
Yeah.
players. No
I'm
matter
saying,
how good they are.
At this moment in time, I can see us playing an 8th if we play the right way. And for me, I said it all last season. The fact that we've got Kudus, for me, nothing has changed in that aspect in the way we need to play. Now, people seem to think that playing with 3 at the back and playing wing backs, you can't play that way against certain teams. It's not attacking football. If you use it smartly, it can be very quick and very attacking, like it showed at PSG. The only option for me we have at this team right now to get the best out of the players we got. Now, I'm not saying it's the way we want to play, but this is a manager's job now. He's got to play Danzo in the middle. He's got to play Van der Ven there. He's got to play bloody Romero there. Then he's got to keep swapping between Spence and Porro on the sides with a dodgy to just go it up the sides. In the middle, he's got the choice of Paulini and Bentancur. I'm not saying there won't be injuries. I'm just saying the best team. And then from there, he's got to try and put either Kudus in the middle or Kudus with Kulusevski when he gets fit and put 1 or 2 people up front.
Sora's going to be our makeshift for him, I think. So
the only thing
it's the only way I see it working with the players we've got. This is the only formation I can see it working. If someone else can give me a better one that could do better, go and do it, please.
The only problem I have at the moment, right? The only problem I have at the moment with this, the whole Eze deal, and what we might do later on, is that we're going to start bigging up players like Bergvall, Archie Gray, and all these other players as well that are young and everything else. We need to give them a chance.
They already do it.
And I'm bored of it. I'm bored of it. I'm sorry. I was at the Tottenham Hotspur game, right? And it didn't do nothing for me to make me feel any better than I was seeing from Kudus. Kudus was doing more than they've done in a lifetime at Tottenham Hotspur. You know what I mean? I know they're young, but I don't really care anymore because I'm getting old.
Played for quality. That's because Kudus is a quality footballer.
Yeah, well, we all agree
these
there.
other players is all hype. Let's be fair.
I bet
Alex,
Kudus is even doubting his decision now.
Richarlison scored 2 good goals against Burnley, who are essentially a championship team. And just look at the hype and the videos and the.
Oh yeah.
If he stays
we need to sign a new contract.
Hang on. If he stays fit, he gets 25. People making videos saying I think he could be the top goal scorer in the Premier League this season. This is what we do. I don't want any more Richarlisons, Brennan Johnsons, Archie Grays, Bergvalls for the time being. I'm not saying Bergvall's a bad player, by the way, but for the time being, we don't need any more of these. We don't need any more. You've got Bergvall. Don't need another young midfielder. You had Odegaard. You didn't need another young winger. For me now, the bare minimum in the next 12 days is 3 senior pros.
Yeah, people underestimate. Yeah, people underestimate the importance of senior ready-made quality. Just going back to last summer, we signed one of those players, and that was Solanke. Bournemouth, they signed 6. Forest signed 5. Brighton signed 5. Ready-made, 25 plus 24-ish, that age that have at least 3-4 seasons under their belts of top division football. We signed 1. And fans get spinned up because we have the expectations of a 19-year. Our expectations of a 19-year-old is that of a 25, 26-year-old. It's skewed. It's not gonna end up in any. And honestly, I don't think we'll hype any Bergvall or Gray up.
With the embarrassment that we've had tonight, with Eze going to Arsenal,
we're not gonna hype up anybody. We're just gonna be fucking mad.
With the embarrassment that we had tonight with Eze going to Arsenal, I wouldn't even be happy, Sava, with like 3 senior players. For me, there have to be of a quality that wows the fans.
Sure,
it has to be.
With 12
but
and make that happen.
Welcome to Levy land, where miracles happen.
We're done. We're done this season.
We're so cooked,
listen,
honestly.
Maz, do you know what we need to hope? What we need to hope, and by the way, guys, I am aware this is a massive stretch. I'm not saying this has happened, but this is what we got to hope has happened, is that in the background, they have been talking to players already. We've got to hope that that there were other players being talked to other than Eze, right? Because now, guys, this is what we're going into the season with, right? Let me show you this at the moment, unless anyone tells me differently. Playing Thomas Frank's favoured system, this, I think, is as good as we've got right now. Have a look at that.
Shocking.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Oh,
Don't.
Brendan Johnson in that
Oh,
team,
sorry,
man.
man.
Yeah.
What shocking. Look,
No,
don't get
I'm
me wrong.
sorry.
Like, Paulinho's great and
All right,
Van de Ven and all that
Sava,
sort of stuff. But,
change that,
oh,
Sava, change that
fuck.
into the one I said. Go five,
Yeah,
go 5 at the back, 2 in the middle.
God, I really hope we
Formation
don't
doesn't
play
mean-
5 at the
it
back.
It
this
doesn't
season.
matter. It doesn't matter what we do.
The formation means nothing when most of
No,
the players are out.
no.
Yeah.
We need to they need to they've got 12 days to go, right? They need to go, I don't know, Rodrigo, fucking 80 million, they all done. Savinho, I know we're not, I know, but I'm just saying they need to go big. They just need to go big and spend money
Maz,
to
they're
save
not-
the situation.
They're
not gonna do
That is what they have to do, though,
Right,
Sava.
right. So this is the problem. This is the problem I've got. If we're trying to save the situation, then we're not strategically building a squad for Frank.
It's too
over the
late for
coming
that.
years.
Still,
Right,
they should
so-
have done
so-
that fucking 6 years ago.
I agree. Like,
Should have done
Maz,
it 25 years ago, Maz.
I agree with
Sorry,
all of you.
you're
You know
right.
I do. That's why I go to the protest. One of the reasons we protest. But
No,
the
I
thing
know
is,
I know, but what
right
I'm saying
now-
is that now
whatever
they
we
need
do,
to.
We're putting plasters over cracks, and that's
Do you know
not
what?
the way to take us forward. Because what's going to happen is, if we sign these players who aren't really part of the bigger plan, we're going to be stuck with them, like we're stuck.
But how
with
can
Richarlison.
how can
Stuck with
let's
Glasgow.
just say
There's
let's
going to be
just
a
say
problem next season. You see,
Yeah,
we
okay,
need to.
let's
find-
just-
Look, Kudus is here, and he can work for the next 3-4 years. Paulinho, he's here for 1 year. We know it can work. If we bring in players now, they've got to be like Paulinho, short-term fix until we figure it out. If we bring in players on the panic, we're going to be stuck with them, and then next
No,
year
no.
we're going to have
All right,
the same problem with those players.
still, name me 2 players, right? Quality players, not just like that you want that will instantly elevate the team and make us think, wow, like Eze type players. Name me 2.
Nicholas Jackson.
Nico, Paz
Oh,
and Mitoma. But Paz is a
Mitoma.
punt.
Paz
He's
is
young.
a kid.
Yes, I
Yeah,
said he's a
he's a
punt though. He's
Yeah,
young.
I would say Olmo and
Mitoma for me, I've always wanted Mitoma. I like Mitoma.
Yeah, he's
I think
quality.
he brings a lot.
Olmo and
Problem is,
Semenyo. Let's just say
Brighton are
those
too good
2,
at this,
right?
Brighton aren't going to let him go with 12 days of the
No
window
chance.
to go, are they?
No
That's
chance.
the problem right now.
Back
If
to
you
it
pay the
again.
money,
Brighton haven't
Sava,
signed.
if you pay
No,
the
no,
money,
no,
Right.
no. Yeah,
But
still,
if we
you know
sign
that-
those
you know
2
that-
players
hang
in a
on, hang on,
panic,
sorry, mate, 1 second. You know, when we say if you just pay the money,
Yeah.
that doesn't always apply when you've got less than 2 weeks of a transfer window to go. Because you're saying to Brighton, how much do you want? We want 70. All right, here's 70 million, right? Brighton go, cool. Now let us find a replacement.
I wouldn't be
They've got
surprised
12
if Brighton do. Honestly, they.
Look what Brighton have just done.
then,
Hang on,
then,
Stel.
then we need to
Look
give
what
him
they've just done
tell
with
as
Believer.
well.
Look what they've
Give him
just done
tell.
with Believer to Man United. He ain't going.
Yeah,
Don't
he
matter
ain't-
what you're
there's
playing.
no way.
I've changed my mind.
Right,
I
then.
would go.
Then-
I would go.
there's no-
Olmo and
Hold on,
Lookman,
one minute,
right?
Matt, hold on. Sava,
Yeah.
I want to reply to Sava then. In that case, doesn't that logic apply to every good player we go for from now to the end of the window then?
Which is what we were saying. It's going to be very difficult to get clubs better players out right now. That was my
Yeah.
point, Stel. If you go to Brighton 4 weeks ago and say, what
So
are
what
the
do we do
options?
then?
What's the hang on? What's the
Well,
chances
what we're going to
of-
do?
Hang on. Oh my God,
Go on,
please.
Sav, go on.
What's the chances of Matoma? Yeah, they might turn around and go, we don't want to let him go. But hang on, if you give us 65, 70 million for a 28-year-old or 27, whatever he is, we will do it. Problem is, you've got, from tomorrow morning, you've got 12 days. You're turning around and going, can we have one of your best players with 12 days? It's going to have to be an obscene amount of money to
So
get
what do we
someone
do
like
then?
that.
So what do we do then? What's the
But
answer?
that's why we're going to end up with average footballers. That's the point. That's why you don't leave it until
I'll
the
tell you what
last
we're going to
12
do,
days of the
Sam.
window.
I'll tell you what we're going to do.
The next
right? In
season's
the
a
next few
write-off.
days, Stel,
a write-off.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. In the next few days, we're going to watch Vissa join Newcastle. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to watch. And we're just going to see more and more players just
Look.
go to other clubs that we can't sign. That's what's going to happen.
If we go and get Lookman and let's say Olmo or Lookman and Semenyo or something like that, right?
Semenyo's
You
not
can't tell me. I'm just any top
Yeah.
2 quality players. You can't tell me still, right, that is not good for the future, right? we have to start bringing in players that are ready for the next couple of seasons. Once you get that foundation built, then you can start buying in players and planning for the future. But we never get like that foundation done to begin with.
When I just said that, I just said what you said with different players' names, but I was told these clubs aren't going to let these players come to us now because it's too late, so we can't win. So what you've said makes no sense.
No, it depends who you're dealing with, doesn't it? If you go to a football club like
Bournemouth
Brighton,
going to let Semedo go to us.
Hang on. If Brighton, if you go to Brighton, they've got no financial problems. They've got no financial issues. So with 12 days to go, Brighton are going to look at this, aren't they, and go, have we got anyone better than Matoma in the team? No. Can we buy anyone better than Matoma in 12 days? Probably not. If you want him, come back next window. Now, you might be able to get a youngster out of a club like from Italy or Spain where they haven't got as much money. But this is the problem. We are now 12 days of a window to go. We are up a shit creek without a paddle. That's the problem. This is why it will now be someone like a Wisser who wants out. It will be someone like that who wants out of the club desperately.
He's going Newcastle,
it's a mess.
isn't he?
It's a mess.
There should be motivation for us to get someone like a Savio now. Why can't we put all our attention, just splash 75 million euros on him now? Get him. He wants to move because he's not going to be promised City. He's not going to be promised a starting spot before the World Cup, and he wants to play in the World Cup.
We need to pay overs. Simple as that, Alex. We need to pay that.
We're not going to do it now because we can't even.
Mike, this was a player that was leaving the club anyway. I think you're missing the point. Crystal Palace have already got their backup ready to go and be signed. I'm talking about going to a club that the player isn't actually in any conversations, Mike. Think about it. Spurs were about to get Eze, right? So Palace, what have we all heard for the last week? Palace want a replacement. What have Palace been doing the last week? Going out 2 or 3 people. It's there will be players you can get, of course, but top players out of their club with 12 days to go.
We need to give Man City 70 million for Savinho. Is basically
we're not going to do it though because we didn't even give Palace what they wanted for bloody Eze.
Yeah, but that's why we shouldn't sign players like Tell, right, for 40 million.
I agree.
Even if it's amortized over how much money.
I agree.
Over how many years, because we waste money on players that don't improve us.
Well, it's too late now.
Maz, we could have got bloody Tell last season if we wouldn't have spunked it up the wall on bloody Archie Gray and Odegaard. But again, people justify it. No, that's not just you. That's everyone. No, that's a fact. Like it or lump it, yeah? If we wouldn't have put that on the wall, we'd have had 65 million.
Like it or lump it. Who are you fucking talking to? Show some fucking respect.
No, I do show you respect. But when I make... Hang on. Okay, when I make comments like that, don't think you're the only one who bigs him up on here. You're not, yeah? If we wouldn't have spunked the 40 million up there and the 25 million up on Odegaard, yeah? That could have gone towards Eze. Make me wrong or right?
They've got the money for Eze, Dan. It didn't matter. The money's there for Eze. And
now you've just made an excuse. And I did not shout at you or make a comment at you or be rude to you, Ian. I never am. I just don't agree. There's plenty of people on here who justify the stuff as well, yeah? And I will go make comments of whatever I want and believe on here. When I turn around and say that we spunked 65 million up the bloody wall that could have had Eze last season, make me wrong or right?
You're wrong because Eze didn't.
Right.
Damn.
So we wasn't interested last season then. So why are people saying we could have had him?
Well, let Lubo explain why he thinks. Let Lubo explain. Why do you think he's wrong? Let me explain.
Go for it.
Right. Number one. Ange didn't want Eze last season. There was no contact. Parish clearly came out after the transfer window because City were also sniffing around, and he said that nobody came in with any offers.
Okay.
Well, wasn't it because they wanted the entire fee up front?
Let me change that round. No, hang on a minute. This is me and Ian.
Let me finish.
I've agreed.
Ange wanted Gallagher the whole summer.
Okay.
The money was there to buy Gallagher, as well as Archie Gray, right? And as well as Odegaard. And the money was there also to buy Neto. And while they were messing about negotiating with Wolves over Neto because of his injury record and how much they were going to pay up front, I was told, Chelsea nipped in and bought Neto in a day.
Brilliant. Now, let me turn this round for you completely, Ian, yeah? Don't go shouting it off at me when I don't dig at you like that, yeah? Just because every time I mention Archie... Hang on. No. You said your bit. Now wind up while I say mine, yeah? Just because I mention Archie Gray, it ain't a dig at you every time, because there's plenty of people that go on there and say it and justify it, yeah? You ain't the only Spurs fans who does it. You're just one of the only ones on here that does it, yeah? So don't take everything so personal, yeah? And I don't shout or scream at you or show you disrespect, yeah? When we talk, I show you plenty of respect. I just disagree with things. Right, okay. Let's take Eze out of it, yeah? Are you telling me that 65 million couldn't have been spent on another class player?
The money was there last year.
I know. And look what we spent it on. Archie Gray and Odebert.
But he didn't want it. He didn't want Eze.
I didn't say Eze. I said any other player.
Right.
I said any other player.
He wanted Gallagher. He wanted Neto. He wanted Odebert.
So if we weren't getting them, then are you telling me that 65 million couldn't have got spent better elsewhere? But don't take it personal when I say that, because you ain't the only one that justifies it. And I only raised my voice because you did.
Right.
So we call it quits at that. It's a heated night. We call it quits.
If Ange wanted Neto and Gallagher, then he wasn't backed.
I think everybody.
What about the other
but you're
18
not
players,
getting Neto above Chelsea, are you? And Gallagher. Let's be fair. There's got to be a degree of sensibility here. If your target for the whole summer is the Chelsea captain, I mean, you've got to give your head a wobble. I don't blame Levy for not getting Conor Gallagher over the line. That's a far fetch. Conor Gallagher's the Chelsea captain. He's not.
But then we can say Eze wanted Arsenal, Sava. He wanted Arsenal.
You better.
Sure, but the difference with but still we can't. Sorry, that's mental gymnastics right there. The difference is that the Chelsea captain is not going to join directly to Tottenham Hotspur. That would be like what Sol Campbell did, and Conor Gallagher's not that dumb, right? He's not that stupid. Eze, we had the chance to get the deal done and didn't get it over the line. We knew he wanted Arsenal, which is why we had to get it bloody done before Arsenal came in, and we didn't. So there's two different things. Surely we get that, right? But Neto, we went in for Neto. I've always said this. I've always said the food chain. Roy Keane said it on Sky Sports the other day. If we go in for a player, we're up against Chelsea. I don't expect to come out winning. I just don't. These clubs are bigger. They're better. They win things. Money isn't an issue.
So when we went up against Arsenal, we lost. They came in and we lost.
You're missing a point. That wasn't nothing to do with Conor Gallagher. Neto, we went in for. Chelsea went, boom, we'll have that done. That's what Chelsea do.
You took the piss there too. We offered 40 million plus Oliver Skip. We offered 40 million plus Oliver Skip for Neto.
You're not getting it.
I get it. I think Arsenal just done that to us. They've come and said, no, we'll have him.
That's what I'm saying. You have to get these deals when the bigger clubs aren't interested. But as I tried to explain the other week, with Chelsea, what Chelsea do is Chelsea have got such a wide scouting network, right? That they have intermediaries everywhere asking to be updated on hundreds of players of movement. Hundreds of players at any time they ask to be updated. So, for example, so Hincapi, for example, they'll be asked to be kept updated. If Spurs or another club go and put in a bid for Arsenal, Chelsea's intermediary will be alerted like that. And then the difference between clubs like Chelsea and Arsenal and us is they go, are we going to pull the trigger? Yeah, go. That's the difference, right? We all know that's the difference.
I agree with you. If we go toe-to-toe with any of the big six, we're losing. I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with you.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that's why I said the Eze deal had to be done in the last 2 weeks. I've said for months on my show, if Arsenal go for him, they get him. And I was told we can compete with Arsenal. He'll want to join us. He'll want to play because he's guaranteed minutes as opposed to said Arsenal will get him. They're a better club. They're a bigger club. Yeah, they challenge. Now, we can banter them all day long that we won a European trophy. Right now, who's bantering who?
I never believed Eze was coming to Spurs. And as for Savinho, I always said, Man City, you're going to look for payback. And
by the way, this is what we're up against, right? This is what we're up against. Look at Paddy Power. So it only took Spurs 3 months to utterly destroy their own fans' morale and obliterate all the goodwill that came from winning a trophy. Truly a remarkable club.
What a tweet.
What I love Paddy Power. Really? They always do the best tweets.
And is that not one of the most honest
read-
tweets you're ever going to see from a
The
third
fans
party?
are to blame,
From
man.
them as well.
The
But this is
fans are
why
to
when you
blame,
were all
man.
telling me to lose my mind about winning a trophy, I got told, be happier, dude. As I said at the time, it don't do anything for the football club. This is the problem. Doesn't
Sam,
do
you know
anything for the
what?
football club.
You know what I said, Sam?
No, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. No, 1 minute. Hold on. Winning that trophy and getting the Champions League put us in a strong position. The problem is, yet again, from a position of strength, our owners don't capitalise. We never,
Agreed.
like when Poch got us into the Champions League final and qualified for Champions League again, position of strength. Winning that trophy was a great thing for us, and getting into the Champions League was brilliant, considering we finished 17th. The issue is we never ever capitalise when we've got momentum.
But that's my point, Stel. That is Luba. I'll come to you in 1 second. I'll bring you in next. I promise. That's my point, Stel. It was. I said at the end of the last window, many of us did, right? Win that trophy by hook or crook, and we did. We did win it. Now, Spurs, what you going to do? Now, for me, I got sucked in for a minute thinking, oh, hang on, what's going on? No more. Now they've shown me they don't care. And this tweet sums it up. Ready? Listen to this. Charlie Lloyd Thomas, whoever he is, has said this. Arsenal spending is now over £300 million this window. Tottenham's is 60.
Arsenal spent £1 billion on our
Hang on, let that sink in for 1 minute.
So it's 44. It's 44.
Well, we paid 55 for Kudus and 5 million for Takai. So it's
And
60.
5 for Polinia. 65. 20 off for Sun.
I forgot we signed Takai.
Lubo, you always
Lubo, that's
when we give a
semantics.
number, you always ruin the point. The point wasn't is it 65
You're
or
talking about
60?
Spain. You're talking about Spain. Okay.
No, Lubo, with the point. The
Lubo's
point
a
is,
perfectionist, Albert. He's a perfectionist.
but the point is Arsenal have spent £300 million. They're in the same competition as us.
They finished
300 million,
70.
and we've spent 65. It's fucking disgraceful. Tell and Danso count against January.
Correct.
Right? So we have spent £65 million. 5 million of that is a loan.
Yeah.
This is fucking disgraceful.
Of course it is.
Why
This
does
is-
Tell go
this
against
tweet-
January?
this
by the way?
tweet- hang on,
We signed him
Phil.
to-
This tweet is spot on. This tweet that I've just read is spot on. You can't be angry at Eze choosing Arsenal over us. Boyhood club, that's every player's dream. So when it's a choice for any club, he chooses that one. But for the last week, that choice wasn't there. We messed about. Today has shown how quick deals can be agreed. It's on us.
Last
Says
two.
Totally.
Levy, it's
Totally.
Levy.
I try not to look at ITKs, Romana, and anything like that anymore because we've been stung year after year listening to people
Every
like
year.
this. Willian, we had him on a medical and he goes down the road to Chelsea. Did we not learn from that?
Diaz,
Did we as a club
Matinho.
not learn from that?
That's why I can't get excited, man. That's why I can't get excited because I did say,
Jordan,
you know,
no. Sorry, people have to understand. We could get Conor Gallagher now. We could get Conor Gallagher from Atletico. You're not getting. Sorry, guys, on the panel, am I being dumb? You're not getting the Chelsea captain go directly from Chelsea to Tottenham.
Sava, I think
Conor Gallagher's Chelsea through and through as well, isn't he? So it's like Eze with Arsenal.
I think Arsenal. If they went in for Gallagher, I think they would have get him because they have a way of doing things. You know, they money launder whatever they do. If Arsenal went in,
Put it in the washing machine.
I said in my video, I think Arsenal are always going to get him in the first place anyway, because the thing is, though, we're acting very slow. The way the deal was going about, I predicted that early in the, I don't know why, for some reason, I did a video saying this deal was off, but I was hoping that was going to go through. Heaven so happens, this happened. You know what I mean? And then I'm sitting there thinking, well, I'm Houdini.
We've
you know what I mean?
been
But
played,
it's like,
Alex. We've
but
been
it's
played.
like I sat there and thought, this is just, you know, this is the way it is going to be. You know what I mean? And thing is, though, Sava, you say these things about, oh, well, people be happy. Well, you just put a smile on your face when you win a trophy, and you know, be happy and just be excited. Well, I get the same thing, and this is why I can't get excited anymore, because you know I can't get excited about the young players anymore. You know, I can get excited about
I
a
agree.
Kudos. You know, I can get excited about a Kudos. I was getting a little bit excited about Eze because I was thinking about the partnerships that he could cause with. You know what I mean? With a Kudos and maybe if Madison comes back or Kulu, even though I don't rate him. You know what I mean? Yeah, but this is why I can't get excited because when you see games like we saw against Burnley, right? And you see the only player that really had that magic about him, Kudos. And if he's not there, and you've got no Madison there, what else have you got? You know what I mean? What can you get excited about?
I'm just in absolute shock that we can spend 30 million on Odegaard, 50 odd million on Richarlison, 60 odd million on Solanke.
Don't say
40
Gray.
million on Tell,
Don't say
40
Gray.
million on Gray, 40, but all of these,
50 million on
right?
Brennan Johnson,
and we can literally spend £300 to £400 million or £450 million now, right? And we can't spend an extra 10 million to bring in one of the best midfielders in the country. And
we should have put 68 million on the table, right, for him, right, Eze. Because I sat there and thought 60 million is quite cheap for him, right? I sat there and thought it's quite cheap because what people were talking about early in the window, again, I said it in my video earlier today, right, is that people were talking about Embremo going for 62 million, whatever it was, or over 60 million, and Cunha going for over that price as well, 60, and everyone was quoting Semenya being 70 million. And I'm looking at those three players and I'm sitting there saying they're no better than Eze. They're no better than Eze.
Exactly.
So what are we doing here?
Exactly, Alex, and even with what's his name, the chap Savinho, the chap from Man City, what they should have done is offered 60 million. They would have said no, we want 70, and they should have said all right, give you 70 million. The conversation's done straight away. Then you're in negotiations with the player. Right,
and also we left it too late as well. Also, we left it too late as well because the Madison injury triggered us going from Eze in the first place.
We should have got them anyway,
which is ridiculous because we all knew we needed another player like Madison anyway.
We should have got them anyway.
So that's the point. It's just like, and then you talk about there's all these rumors about we got extra money and all this stuff and all this, and I'm sitting there thinking, it's like me believing I'm in Disneyland here. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not that age anymore. You get what I'm saying?
I mean,
you know, so that's why I'm just like that's why people when you see the complexion that I've been the last few years, and now to be honest with you, it don't really bother me anymore. You know what I mean? Because you've seen a different side of Mr. Box Office the last year or so right now. Well, this summer, because last year was too much for me. That I was so done. Dan understands what I'm talking about, right? Right, that just now I just think, well, just show me now, just show me, right? And it's got to be consistent for the whole year, 2 years, right? Then I'll start saying stuff. Then I'll start getting excited. Then I can start cheering on the sidelines, getting excited anymore. But at the moment, this is same old Tottenham, same every single time. You get?
Oh, they've shown us, like Sava said, sliding doors, mate. They've shown us. For me, it's done now. They have to really pull something out of a rabbit out of the hat, something incredible for us to think, wow, okay, fair enough. You've gone and I know they won't. I'm just saying that's the only thing that will make me think, oh, okay, fair enough, right? But it won't happen, you know. And I would not be surprised if we don't actually end up signing anyone. Be prepared for that.
Nice.
If that happens,
well, I'm just saying.
Right. Last season, I went to 2 out of the 3 protests. I was ill for the 3rd. There's one at the start of this season I couldn't get on board with. Sorry. It's the first game of the season. Do it after the transfer window if we don't sign anyone of real quality now. Them plans will get on board with the Levy hate mantra. Like Dan said earlier on, were they really there just to sing songs like the last 2 I went to last year, you know, especially that song, I Don't Care About Levy or Care About Kulisevsky. That was the most pointless song ever. You're there to try and protest to get these guys to either get their hands in their pockets or sack the manager. This season, we've sat in a transfer window dilly-dallying again. We've gone and got Kudos, which quality signing, Takai, which no one knew about, and obviously Polina in on loan. Great. Carry on going. it's not going to happen now, is it? Because we've got 2 weeks to try and pull some sort of magic out. Savinho's not going to join us, so we might as well give up on that one. There is a wide transfer market out there, so they're just looking in one league. You've got France, Germany, Spain, Italy. They've all got quality.
That's
players,
very
but-
true.
But like some fans don't look outside the Premier League, do they? Really? They're like, oh yeah, he's good. I sit there. I took pictures the other day. I was watching about 6 matches. I feel like a mini Steve. You know, I'm watching 6 matches on 3 different screens. But it's just like
it's not even about fans. Though. It's about it can be like objective, but for the club, it should be the club that has their eyes on these talents elsewhere. And even if you look, how do you go from a honestly, I don't know, man. We never have a plan B. Anyone expecting us now to, I have. It's not even hope, but I would expect us to go in for Savio now seriously, since we've lost out on a deal that on Eze now.
Yeah, but if you're Savio, you're thinking, right, they've just failed getting him. Am I the plan B?
Yeah, but
is that what Savio would think now? Is like, am I the
Well,
plan
no,
B?
I mean,
now?
Savio's in a different position.
No.
Oh yeah, I know that, but I mean, like, could he not see that in a sense of
fans just need to realise that changing managers doesn't change anything at this club.
Nothing.
I disagree. I disagree. It does. It
doesn't change anything at this club, Saba.
In the long run, it does. It changes tactics. It changes that we won't be embarrassed every week. It changes. It does change.
Might change things short term, yes. In the grand scheme of things, it changes nothing at this club. We're not going to compete for the league. We're not going to compete for the Champions League.
but that's not the same as it doesn't change anything.
That makes us a top 6 side. Fantastic. Whoopie do. Been there, seen it.
But hang on. But again, your statement can't be factually correct, can it? If you're saying it doesn't change anything, well, it changes tactics. It changes.
Okay, I'll reword it.
It changes the stigma around the ground. From what we're hearing, the
they
players love Frank, right? From what we're hearing, the players love Frank. The players are loving the training. They're loving his tactical.
They love Dange. They loved Poch.
But look, we'll see. I think changing the manager with this summer window is absolutely fundamental.
Sava, it would change. It would change us in the league. I agree. We're not going to be 17th. But the point I'm making is, when I say changing the manager won't change anything, what I mean is we're not going to genuinely compete with the big boys just by changing the manager. We do this every 2 years. We do it.
Couldn't that be said for every club?
No. I'm talking about the big 6 clubs. For us,
no. I'm talking about all the clubs that aren't in the big. All the clubs that aren't one of the big boys. They don't just keep their managers forever and ever and ever because of that. Because of what you're saying, managers change. I don't understand at Spurs why we think it's only Spurs. Managers change.
Arteta's been at Arsenal for 6 years. Pep Guardiola's been there for how long? 8, 9 years?
Yeah, sure. At the big,
we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that anymore, Sava. We did it a little bit with Redknapp, a little bit with Poch. We've stopped doing that now. Unfortunately, what happens at this club is we change the manager to get the fans back on board that no, we're going to get it right this time. We've got a new manager. Things are going to change. We go for this honeymoon period. Then the reality kicks in, and then the manager gets thrown under a bus. That's what I mean. That when I say nothing's going to change, I mean I believe in 18 to 24 months' time, we'll be talking about the new manager and how it didn't work out. Not because Frank's shit, but because this board doesn't change its ways.
Sure, but I agree with you, but I think we can say that for a lot of football clubs that change managers all the time. I don't think this is just a Tottenham thing. I genuinely don't think this is a Tottenham thing.
Did you see what Matt Law tweeted? The classic. It's brilliant. Tottenham feel they have done everything possible to sign Eze.
Yeah, we tried FC. We're monitoring FC. We're almost there. FC.
Do you know what? They take the absolute piss out of us Spurs fans, don't they?
I feel so much better now, guys. No, it's all fine. They tried their best.
Matt Law is Chelsea too. Matt Law is Chelsea.
We've got fans that defend it. We've got fans that defend shit signings, bunch of kids, crap chairman. How do fans defend this? I don't get it.
Still, we're only Tottenham in name now. We're not Tottenham the way we was.
Here you go. Look, this line makes me feel sick. This line makes me feel sick. If you have a look at that bit there that says, I've never been shy of giving Daniel Levy a gentle kick over a missed deal. But in this instance, I believe he and Spurs did all they could. Also, Arsenal had told people this week that there was no big money to be spent on transfers without a say.
He's a shell scum. He's a shell scum.
Let me just knock that back straight away. First of all, Tottenham doing a deal shouldn't matter anything to do with what Arsenal has said about their club finances and what they're going to do. That should be nothing to do with what we do. Second of all, the fact that Arsenal have come in and got it done over 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, whatever it is today, shows you that we didn't do all we could do. Am I not wrong there?
Absolutely,
like, how can you say we did all we could do if we've not got it over the line?
I mean, here's the thing, and I don't know if we'll ever know this, but when Arsenal came in, what we should have said to Palace is, look, if any other club comes in, right, come back to us and we'll revise our offer. But I doubt we'd even did that.
Yeah.
I doubt we've even when we knew because people speak when we knew Arsenal went in, Spurs should have been straight on the phone to Palace and Eze saying, no, you're coming here. How much money do you want?
That's what I said.
Right?
Yeah. You're right, Naz. We should have gone in there and said, right, okay, there's the deal. There's another 6 or 7 mil. Split it over how you want or whatever, and then see how it goes from there. It didn't look like
Eze
we didn't even
will give you another
try.
20 grand a week or whatever more. You know,
you
have to come to Spurs. End of story. But we don't do things like that. We don't.
The thing is, I get it. At that stage where Arsenal are now fully bidding, if the player wants Arsenal, we're pretty fucked. For me, it's not the issue of when Arsenal get involved. For me, it's the precursor to that. For me, it's knowing in the back of our minds that we know at any point a deal can be hijacked. That's the annoying thing.
Yeah, being street smart and then getting it done quick, isn't it? That's what we should be doing.
Yeah, we know he wanted Arsenal instead of Spurs. We know that. I'm not. We know he wanted Arsenal instead of Spurs.
Remove this Twitter nonsense. Yeah. Listen, the only one that told us the truth and told us as it is was Antonio Conte. He sat there for 10 minutes, word for word. He told us. Yep. He was the man. He told us straight, and then he stormed off. He hated us. He hated us.
Yep. Because of it.
He hated us so much.
And he's the only one that had the balls to do so, because every other manager since then has been a yes.
Would you like to know? Somebody's just sent me this.
You're a sucker for punishment, Seth.
If it's the same thing I've just got from someone, then
do you know what, Matt's right? Do you know what makes me laugh? Is if somebody sends a tweet, right? Like if a Romano puts a tweet out, I must have the same 30 people that send me the tweet. And it's like I can't be getting in 30 different conversations with people every time a tweet is sent. But so I don't ever want people to think I'm being rude, but I just don't. Anyway, Fabrizio Romano has just said on his channel live on YouTube that Tyler Dibbling has been mentioned at Spurs tonight, and
that was going to happen.
He's not the right player. Like, honestly,
I'm going to no carnival tonight next week. So bye. See you later. Yeah, I've had enough of this. Man.
I'm going to go and start watching Whitehawk.
I've had enough. I've had enough of Tottenham now. I've had enough. I've had enough of it, man.
So apparently, look, we know it. This is the problem now. Now it will be people like Tyler Dibbling, and we will get all the videos.
Didn't I say Dibbling?
Bring back Werner. Might as well bring him back.
We will get all the videos of people telling us this guy is generational. This guy fixes Spurs. Lubo will be well happy. Lubo loves it when Lubo, you love it, don't you? You love that. But he's also said that Rodgers is an option.
No. Okay, then he's taking. Yeah.
But seen as impossible in this window. Brilliant. Of course, it's impossible in this window. There's 12 days to go. Oh,
you know what we're going to do, Sam? We're going to go and pay 60 million for an average Brennan Johnson again.
Yeah,
Tyler Dibbling. That's what we're going to do. That's the truth. I'm calling it now. We're going to do that. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get Dibbling. And it's going to flop.
Rob, read the room, man. Rob, read the room.
This is the guy that hailed Levy to the sky. So I wouldn't even honestly.
No. But it's not about that, Rob. There are other good players. Rob, there are 12 days of the transfer window to go. This has happened now with Morgan Gibbs-White and Eze. This is now no longer about which 2 players it was, surely. It's about the fact that Spurs
I'd
have
said a random
identified
4.
their targets and not been able to get either of them done from Crystal Palace or Nottingham Forest. Surely, Rob, like, yes, there are other good players, but I genuinely don't think anyone of Eze's quality is coming in now. I don't.
No.
I'll be amazed.
I've got a funny thought, right? Sorry, mate.
That's right, Corey. Go.
You know the old song, "The 12 Days of Christmas"? Well, this is the 12 transfer days of Levy. So forget about your new Christmas song, lads. New 12 days of Levy. On the 12 days of Levy,
I'll tell you what.
He promised me Eze and a Morgan Gibbs. Why?
He promised me El Canuti.
If we do, guys, if we do get a top player over the line in the next 12 days, as happy as I'll be, I'll also be really pissed off.
No,
But if
I
you
won't be
can do
happy.
No, hang on. If you can do it in 12 days when your back's against the wall, how could you not do it when you had weeks and weeks for Eze? That will piss me off.
I won't be happy.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying now. Don't care what player it is. I won't be happy. It has to be at least a couple. It has to be at least a couple of top players.
Tottenham made contact for Xavi Simons, but he has his heart set on Chelsea and said no to the Spurs project.
We couldn't sell this club at the bloody Poundland for a player, could we?
Delete X. Everyone should delete. Do you know what? Do you know? Just when you think, right? Just when you think this club can't take you to any lower place than you've been before, they always find a way, don't they? They just find a way to go another notch lower. How have you done that to us? How are we lower than where we were before? They always do.
When people say, just go and get Simmons. Like people in the chat going, go and hijack Chelsea for Simmons. Clubs like Spurs don't hijack clubs like Chelsea. That's not how it works. So this is where I say just putting the money down works in a lot of scenarios, but the players got to be interested, right? The players got to be interested.
Can I just ask everybody? Everybody on the panel right now?
On,
it's simple. I want to make it as simplistic as possible, so you can't go away with excuses. Would we, as a football club, go bankrupt if we 2-3 weeks ago spent 130 million pounds, whatever, on Eze's release clause and Savinho? Would we go bankrupt as a football club? Would that literally bring us down to bankruptcy? No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. The only thing that would take a dent is Levy's ego. That's the only thing that would, because he'd feel like, fuck, I could have negotiated this down if I just took 2 more weeks. Maybe I could have gotten the price down and saved myself 15 million. That's the only. That's why I'm sick to death of this. Honestly, I can't.
Alex. The club's finished with him in charge as a major force.
I felt that for a while.
Finished as a major force with him in charge. He cannot get these top players over the line. He will not pay the price. He will not take a view on a player that because he's right for the club and he's going to take the club forward. It's only about the money. He's got to win. It's a war when he negotiates. It's not about what's best for the club. It's never about what's best for the club. It's only about what's best for him and Enoch.
I'm going to
This has been going on for 25 years. Please don't let anybody at all be surprised with what's gone on today. This is typical. There have been so many. There's been Grealish, there's been Mane, there's been Hazard, there's been Wijnaldum. We had Juan Mata, and then till messed about with Juan Mata, and Lennon was going to Man City, and Chelsea blew us out the window with Juan Mata and Lennon stayed. There have been so many players that he has messed up.
And a lot of it has come down to Ian that he just hasn't paid up front there and then. Look, still, you see the way you said about this club, yeah? It's true. And it reminds me of something. A lot of people are going to get this, a lot of people ain't. Basically, the way this club treats us as a fan base is the way South Park treats the world. Just when you don't think they can get any dirtier and any lower and rip into anything else any deeper, they manage to do it and get away with it.
Guys,
it's true, isn't it? It's true. You just think they can't get no lower and they do it.
Can I show you this, right? My mate Ash, you always see him in the chat. has just found a conversation that he and I had on the 2nd of July. Right? You can see I've not, right? I don't know if you can see that. Wednesday, the 2nd of July. That says, Dibbling is my guess. Bingo, you win. He will be called the priority in a week's time. This window has got Dibbling written all over it. Guarantee it happens. It's almost as though, that's the 2nd of July. How many days ago is that? 50? 50 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sava, I said Dibbling an hour ago. I literally mentioned this thing. It's gonna be,
mate.
That's
I
what I
beat you. I
thought.
said it 50 days ago,
yeah.
mate. All right. If you want to do top trumps,
a Dibbling isn't. Nobody's after a Dibbling. Chelsea or no serious club is in for him. It's Everton. You can argue Everton. We can go and kick Everton out of the way. We can. That's why it's easy business to get done. That's why. That's the kind of business that makes Levy go, yeah, fuck, I like this.
Do you know what it is, though?
No competition, no sort of
Dibbling.
having to raise his
Dibbling.
bids. That's the sort of business he likes.
But you know what Levy is trying to do? He's trying to replicate the fact of the Gareth Bales, the Modrics, the anomaly of Harry Kane. He's trying to dig up something like that again for us fans to believe in, to sell on, and then invest in absolute drops. Yeah, it is. Tyler Dibbling. I mean, like Sava says, he's done the square root of nothing. Archie, great. There's a lot of players in this team right now that I think if you step back on that pitch, I'm not watching anymore.
Harvey Elliott, I wouldn't say is a bad one to go for because he's significantly better than what we got there. Like the names you just said and everything.
I was always happy to have him, Dan. You know that. I was always happy to have Elliott. I think he's a good
saying for well over
Savage,
a month.
Do you know what one of the other jokes is, though? I mean, we bring this one up a lot, Savage, yeah? I mean, we have disagreements, we have our agreements, but one thing we had definitely agreed on last year is the crap that we got in last year to an extent when we could have got others, and then we went through about 5 or 6 other players that were significantly better, same price, couple on the transfer market, others that had just been bought that we could have easily got hold of, and people said, no, they're not good enough for Spurs.
What's that?
We're
Tottenham still trying for Savinho. It's difficult. It's complicated.
That's what I'm saying. But it's Fabrizio reporting that we're apparently going to try.
He's the biggest fraud of the lot. The only thing he gets right is when he says, here we go. Everything else is fucking bollocks. He said Bale coming back to Spurs, highly unlikely. A week later, we signed him.
He makes over a mil. He makes over a mil.
What I will say is this. And I do want to wrap up in about 10, 15 minutes. And I have got 43 super chats to read out. I won't do them all in one go. So I'm going to do a few now and then I'll do a few at the end. But what I will say is, clip this. Feel free. Anyone who wants to clip this, here you go. I'll remove the comments. So I'm nice and clear. Clip this. In the next week, we are going to be linked with everybody and anybody, right? We are going to be linked with Lookman. We are going to be linked with Dibbling. We are going to be linked with Akalush. We are going to be linked with Wissa. We are going to be linked with Samu from Porto. We are going to be linked with Sanset from Bilbao. We're going to be linked with Gonçalves at Sport. We're going to be linked with everyone. Everyone we will be linked with. And we will end up with people like Dibbling. No offense to the young lad. I hope he has an amazing career. But you've got... Anyway, look, let me. I'm going to rattle through these and thank you, everyone. We got 44 super chats, which is absolutely crazy. Now, bearing in mind, these were from the last 3.5 hours, so some of them might not be in succinct. But Tony has just simply said, I am done with this club. Tony, I think we're all feeling the same right now. We'll bounce back tomorrow, but we're all a bit deflated right now. Big up to you. Big up to Kobe Mead, who has said, if this deal is hijacked, I'm done. Good luck, 25, 26. So, unfortunately, Kobe, it was hijacked. It was, unfortunately, successfully by Arsenal in about 3 hours. Big up to you. Tony's coming again and said, now we got to overpay for Savinho. Shake my head. Yes, quite simply. Go and get Savinho, then go and get your number 10. Do them all at the same time. Big up to you, Tony. Krista Scorpion Nyland, the greatest name on YouTube, said, Eze used us. F. Levy every time. I don't believe this. Eze would be a Spurs player if we hadn't messed around for 2 weeks. Eze would be a Spurs player if we offered what Arsenal have just done. Big up to you, Krista. Nathan talks Tottenham. It's a perfect way to kill Frank's momentum. Levy out. Well, so far in pre-season, he has had to deal with Son leaving, Maddison getting injured, the Eze debacle, the Morgan Gibbs-White debacle. The bloke's probably wanting to go back. He's probably ringing up Brentford wanting to go back. Big up, Nathan. Mr. MB has said, you laughed at us. Look who's laughing now. Big up to you from an Arsenal fan, I'm guessing. Mr. MB said, we warned you, don't let us in the race. I agree. I can't disagree with the Arsenal fan. Said it as well. Don't let Arsenal near this. They will win. Big up to you. Fifth Elemento said Eze away kit in cart, and now that is all wrecked.
Who ordered? I heard people all. Oh
I heard people who ordered shirts. Crazy. Big up to you. Thank you very much.
At least I don't have to buy an Eze shirt now, Sava. That bet's off.
Yeah, that's true. Krista Scorpa Nyland again has said, Magnus Akliuche. It is then. Again, F.U. Levy killed my day. I would take this kid if I say kid, he's 23. Kid to me is in my age, but he's at a great age to be signing. I think he's a brilliant footballer. If we can get that one done in the number 10, I'll be happy with that. I can't lie. He's a very good footballer. Big up to you. Big up to Neil Thomas. Said, evening all. What a disgrace from Tottenham and Levy. Absolutely. The whole club is an absolute shit show right now. And do you know what? I just want to say to the person who messaged me a vile message this morning. I did a video the other week, guys. A video that said Tottenham. It was something like Tottenham are a disgrace, or Tottenham's lack of ambition is evident. Something like that. Somebody put, ha ha ha. This aged like milk. And I put back, sorry, what have we done? You'll see. Where are you now? I expect an apology tonight. Big up to you, Neil. Thank you very much. Big up to Pawara. Big up to you. I said, here we go for Eze to the scum tomorrow. Mark my words. Unfortunately, it was tonight. But you are right. Your words were right. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Henry Thong TV has said, Stel, I won't believe anything until Eze wears the Spurs shirt. Stel is the oracle, isn't he? Henry Fong TV. Stel is the oracle. There we go. Big up to you. And by the way, the Spurs 5 tomorrow is going to be absolute fire. Big up to you, Henry Fong. Big up to O'Neill, who said, honestly, the fan base as a whole deserve this. Listen, I'm not even going to go into that. I could be here all night. I think there are certain fans that do, but I'm not going to go into that. Big up to you, O'Neill. Big up to Neil Thomas coming again with a super sticker. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you, buddy. Big up to Paul Shark, who said it's the hope that kills you. I'm gutted, Sava. It is the hope that kills me. And I let the hope get to me. I let the hope get to me. Never again. Never again. Until next week. Big up, Paul Shark. Really appreciate that. A user has said, hey, Sava, I mentioned this on your show a few days ago. We weren't getting Eze or Savio. That Levy will flirt with the idea and run the clock down. Come on, you Spurs. Looks like you are right. I think this is Stel's burner account. Big up to you, A user. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. He's back again, is Stel. Said Kudus will be run into the ground by overplaying. We need to pray. We need to pray this lad doesn't get injured, because if you take this lad out of that team, it is as ordinary as I have ever seen. Big up to you, Kudus, A user. I've got 30. I'll do 10 more and then the rest in a bit. Sean, my chairman, he says, get rid of the ball parasite from my club now. Yeah, listen, look, Sean's got his beliefs, and listen, he's got his beliefs, and we'll debate it with him tomorrow night. Don't worry about that. Big up to you, Levy out, Enoch out. Drop kick Kurt Teacher said Levy gets, again, Trossard's agent explained how Levy works. It's we want him, but wait this, wait that. With Arsenal, it's finished in 24 hours. Absolutely. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Wasn't even 24. Yeah, it was more like 3 hours.
I think you
3
talked
minutes,
about
weren't it?
Mate,
Do you want to come to us? Do you want to come to? Yeah, sure. Right. Here we go. 3 minutes later.
Yeah.
Mark Taylor has said Tim Pot Club. Unfortunately, we are going to need a new motto, because Order S for Ser has got to be the most ironic motto of any club in world football. Big up to you, Mark. Really appreciate you, buddy. Daniel, leave me. So just waiting for the here we go for Jackson now. Jackson's going to Jackson's going to cost about 70, 80 million, according to reports. So don't worry about that.
It's funny how
Hang on, guys. Let me. I've got 30 of these to do. Let me rattle through them, right? Listen, I can't see that Spurs are going to get this done in any way, mate. If we do, it is what it is. Josh Spendith has said, get Sean the Levy shill on the show. Listen, Sean's doing his own show.
Tomorrow night.
Lay off Sean. Tomorrow night. Mr. MB said, just to rub it in, Rodrigo's agent meeting Liverpool and Arsenal. I mean, if Arsenal get Rodrigo as well. By the way, Liverpool and Arsenal have now both spent over £300 million this window, if I'm not wrong. That is disgusting. That is absolutely ridiculous. Big up to you, Mr. MB. Big up to Bone Star 2K. He said Levy makes this club a laughing stock. Big up to you, Josh. Josh has said, send the fraud. No. Come on, guys. If you're going to pay some money, it doesn't always have to be about Sean, please, because I'd hate it if somebody somewhere was just sending in super chats about me. Just relax a little bit on this, please. Big up Mike. Said anyone in their 60s can spot the wrong uns a mile away, both chairman and their defenders. You know who they are. Big up to you, Mike. Really appreciate that. Paul Shark said, I'm sure Lubo, like me, recalls 1978 when he had a ticker tape welcome for Villa and Ardiles after they signed for Spurs after winning the World Cup. Yeah, I'm sure Lubo does. Absolutely. Big up to you. The real Nate. I said, for me, if Levy was serious, we'd go sign Clivert or Damsgaard after this garbage. Better to sign Prem Proven than take punts on outside players. Again, I think you're going to find if you go to Brentford right now and try and take Damsgaard, I bet you they're going to give you a ridiculous price. A ridiculous price. I love Damsgaard, by the way. Big up to you, my man. And this will be the last one I do for 10 minutes before I end the show. Big up to somebody Savamy, who is the artist formerly known as Mr. Pox Office and Lubo Her Up. Said, done, 16 years a fan, moving hijacked by PC, no discourse, artistic integrity fading, mercenary football becoming a mill playground, need to weed out all the negatives ASAP. I'm suicidal by football.
Wow.
Dude, don't be hasty. That's what I will say. And if you need help, please call your emergency.
Mate, go have a drink. Go and have a drink, son.
Say fuck Spurs for the night. Say fuck Spurs.
Call Samaritans.
Not worth it.
One that works nicely, mate, is a herbal tea. It works lovely.
And I wasn't going to do another one, but the same person said, call me a reactionary, but death surrounds me. What, dude. Whoa. Take a take a breath. Take a breath. We're all annoyed at Tottenham right now. Please, can we not have any talk about suicide and death? Please, come on. Let's not do that.
Go on.
Guys. I want to end the show by past, so it's 20 past now, and then I'll do the last super chats. Thanks for your patience on that. Thank you for everyone who's put money in. Thank you to everyone who's subscribed. What I will do is say there's 1,600 of you left in here, shamelessly. We have got to within 150 of 22,000. If 150 out of 1,500 haven't, please subscribe. Please help me get to that 22K. Subscribe to everyone else who's on this panel as well. Really, really appreciate that. Guys, any last thoughts? So let me go round and give everyone a last thought before we go. I'll just go from Dan to Stel to Alex and so forth. Dan, one of the worst days for Tottenham, I would say, in a very long time. Round it off for me, mate.
Game over. I don't think we're going to get anyone of any quality, so we're going to have to start looking at good players, if you get what I mean. And if we've even got a chance of getting that now, then someone's got to pull miracles on this one. For me, this is game over. And this is where we're going to see how good Frank is as a coach to deal with a situation he has got. I'm not expecting wonders off him if we don't get nothing else, whatever, and that. But this is how we see he's good he is. And Ian, just one thing. If I did come across rude to you, mate, sorry. No, let me finish. Yeah, I am frustrated tonight, and I don't usually get frustrated, so I do apologise.
No, me too.
Look, let me go. Stelios from Tottenham away. Last thoughts on this, on what's been I mean, Spursy. By the way, no one ever tell me that word shouldn't be in existence. Never. That is the
You know
greatest
it.
word.
I'm gonna get it tattooed.
You know it.
Don't ever tell me Spursy is the greatest word of all time. Stel, talk to me. Talk to me.
All right, 3 things. Number 1, just if you can, I know it's hard because we love it deep down, but just ignore all the gossip from journos and ITKs and everyone talking about he said shit. Don't believe anything until our players are wearing the shirt. It's all nonsense. It's all designed to suck you in and make other people money. Don't feed their pockets because it's all misleading. I've been saying it for many years now. Number 2, let's wait and see what happens by the end of the window. On the 1st of September, that's when we truly judge it. And if we need be, we will have the mother of protests. Believe you me, it will happen. If they save it and somehow they pull out a couple of gems from nowhere, then we bite our tongues and we see how the season goes. It's a big if, though. And finally, isn't it fucking tragic that tomorrow the Spurs 3rd kit comes out the day after this shit? You can't write this, man. Tomorrow they're launching the Spurs 3rd kit. I mean, our club is on a different fucking level, so that's what you're going to wake up to from Spurs. Emails and tweets saying 3rd kit arrived. Listen, it's scandalous, the whole thing. Look,
is Tell going to launch it, by the way? Is Tell going to be the main?
Tell and Richie, the guy we tried to flog tonight, yeah. But look, try and laugh at it if you can, because at the end of the day, it's not worth taking it that serious. And the reason I say that is a couple of those tweets earlier on were a bit dodge. And also, listen, I heard tonight Sean got a couple of death threats. Guys, man, we got to chill. It's football. It's fucking football. Right?
People got to stop that shit, man.
You leave Sean to me.
Man.
It's disgusting.
You leave Sean to me and Lubo tomorrow night. We will deal with Sean. Don't you worry about that.
I mean, seriously, it's emotional and that. Yeah, one thing, Saber. Yeah, it's emotional and that. It gets emotional here at sometimes.
Football,
you go toe to toe with people. It's blokes being blokes, women being women when they do it as well. But for fuck's sake, man, lay off the crap like that. That's just going. That's going too deep. You know, I mean, come on. I know we can all be pissed off and emotional, but at the end of the day, it is only football. So I can't. That's too deep for me. That's too deep for me. Jokes are jokes, but that's too deep.
Yeah, 100%.
Look, just quickly before, just because Stel loves this stuff, I'm going to bring it up. Fabrizio Romano, there we go. So you know I wasn't lying. I said Tottenham have not stopped thinking, like we're in love. Tottenham have not stopped thinking about Savinho.
No, he's on the wind up now, surely.
Hang on.
He's on the wind up.
Tottenham have not stopped thinking about Savinho amongst top targets. City insist on blocking the deal in the last 10 days. Spurs also made calls for Tyler Dibbling with Everton leading, and Morgan Rogers seen as almost impossible. Now, just quickly,
no shit, Sherlock.
Something. Before I come to Alex, I want to show you this, guys. Right? If we're going from Savio to Dibbling, have a look at this, guys.
Wow!
Well, there we go.
Johnson, he's as good as his left leg, yeah. He's as good as his left leg.
Right. So, guys, next. So, if you see if we sign Dibbling and you see any video of Dibbling fixes Spurs, what Dibbling, if you see people like Alice who make those videos going, what the world don't understand about Dibbling. Yeah, with all that, you show them. You show them that. You show them that. Alex, last thoughts, mate. Last thoughts.
Yeah. I think I mentioned that I was on Arsenal channel yesterday, and I embarrassed myself by saying, "Here we go. Tomorrow it's gonna hit different." You're
waiting there on the plate with the baseball bat, ready for it.
You said that to everybody's face, honestly, and I'm gonna. I just want to finish.
Oh, bye, Alex.
Okay. Right, Alex. I think Alex is frozen, isn't he?
It looks like it.
Why? Because of what's happened, or because of the internet?
I don't know, Alex. Well, he's frozen. Danny, let me come to you. I'll go across the middle line. Danny, last thoughts.
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble. I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Is that it, Danny? Okay, perfect. Maz, any last thoughts you want to say before we wrap up the show?
He's going to play the Conte speech.
Yeah. Save the 10 minutes. I'll just play that.
Dilly ding, dilly
what can I say? Well, I am going to be that guy and say, I've told you so. It pains me that we keep predicting this stuff and it seems to always come true. I don't pay attention to the transfer windows. I haven't done so for many, many years. I've only ever been sort of excited 3 times in the transfer window. The first real one I got excited about was when we signed Klinsmann. When I was a young kid, I went absolutely bananas. The next one was when we signed Ginola. And then I had to wait quite a long time for Van der Vaart to come through the door to get excited. But since then, it's been quite diabolical. I personally don't think that we're going to sign anyone else from now until the end of the window. If people are uncertain of what the problems at Tottenham are and they need reminding, I do recommend that you go and watch the Conte speech again to get a full flavour of how things are at Spurs. It's going to be either a very interesting next 12 days or a roller coaster of emotions. But let's wait and see what happens, I guess.
Yeah. Who's that leave? Lubo? Sorry, everyone's moved now, haven't they? Lubo, let's go with you.
Yeah. Just feel gutted tonight. And just I was just thinking about getting in my car 7 o'clock Saturday morning, looking forward to that lovely drive up to Manchester, a few days ago, thinking just maybe, the fans will go mad, Eze will come out in a white shirt. And just if this podcast reaches Vivian Lewis's ears, Vivian, please, for God's sake, put him out of his misery, get rid. He is 24 years past his sell-by date, and tonight was an all-time low. Get shot of him, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Corey, what you got
go
to
to Alex first because he was saying something before.
Oh, Alex, yeah. Oh, you're back. Alex, sorry, we didn't hear what you were saying. You froze.
Yeah, no offense. It crashed. I don't know why. I just wanted to say,
Daniel Levy, mate.
The guy I watched. I don't want to talk about that right now. It makes me feel sick. But their goal for the season, Arsenal's goal for the season, is obviously to win the league. And he said something. It was like, I don't care what happens now in the market. I don't care that they signed Madueke, but just come at the first when the window shuts. I want the squad to be ready to do what it's taken, so they can have that parade. And I don't think it's gonna happen, but that's how I want to feel with my club. That whatever happens now, if we fuck this deal up, that come this date, I want the squad to be ready. Just no matter what, we're never gonna get that safety. That safetyness never gonna come. So that's one thing. And the last is just, I think you have to acknowledge when people. I'm gonna go back to this point. It was another one, but when people say, "Yeah, you have to credit Levy," and that. Is he the guy that does the scouting? Is he? No, he's not. He's not the one. He's the one who takes these punts on the Delhis, on the Suns, that literally they've carried the image of our club for the last decades. These are the players that he got lucky with. He went out of this way and signed. And without them, I don't know where we would be as a club. Without the Kanes, Erikssons, and in the latest times. And honestly, the real ones that should be given credit is the name of the scouts that we don't even know of at the club. These scouts that find these gems. Those are the ones you should credit, not the chairman, whose only responsibility shouldn't even be to negotiate. It should be just to sign off, yes or no. I sign off on this deal. And most times, other than not, he says no, and he declines the deals that would actually take us to the other level. That's what he does. And when he signs off on a deal that is good for us, it's not to credit him. It's to credit the scout that pulled up, that got that player towards him, and whoever like that. That's who you should give credit to. So all of this, you should credit Levy. No, I'm never gonna credit. And after today, I'm done. I had 1%, which thought of me like he could maybe change, but I've been Levy out since Conte got sacked after that rant. So now it's dead. It's dead. It's nothing can make up for this. Honestly, I don't think anything can make up. Not even a Savinho, because we're still gonna have that scar from this happening now. And yeah, that's what it is.
Alex,
yeah.
What? Just quickly before I come to Corey to wrap up the show, whatever happens now, we could go and get the greatest 2 players in the world. Arsenal have got bragging rights. Arsenal are going to banter us for fun, and there's nothing we can all go on with our chests. We won a trophy. It don't mean anything. It genuinely doesn't mean anything. We won the trophy, and they get the players. It's just kind of.
It's written in the stars. He's gonna score against us in that fucking North London. He's gonna.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Just don't do it.
It's gonna sting. I'm telling you, if that happens, we'll just get reminded. The way we feel right now, it's gonna come up again. 5 months down the line. I'm telling you, it's gonna be.
Great.
Yeah,
well, look, Corey.
Right now.
Round us off, mate. Talk to me. What's happening?
I'm gonna round it off in a bit of a jokey way, actually. So you remember the old scene from The Simpsons where they're in the back of the bus? It's Bart, someone else. They're rolling an apple and an orange, and it's Ralph going, "Go banana." That's us.
Yeah, I do actually.
Go banana, and it doesn't roll anywhere. Every time we go for a transfer, go banana.
Ouch.
Sorry, but that's how I'm thinking of Tottenham now. That's like. Our owner is literally Ralph Wiggum. He's throwing a banana at a transfer and it's just not rolling anywhere. As other clubs, Sunderland have had a better transfer window than us. Even Leeds at this point, having better transfer windows than us. They're getting players in while we're all standing around with our hands in our pockets waiting for something to happen. It's ridiculous, and it's been 24 years, hasn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of a joke. Look, let me just quickly get these. Let me get these super chats out of the way, and then we will round up the show. Where are we? Thank you to everyone, by the way. I really do appreciate you. And sorry I couldn't get to them before, but there were some really, really passionate debates going on that needed to just keep rolling out. Marcus has said even more proof that 17th wasn't entirely Angie's fault. Yeah. Thomas Frank is being set up for failure. See you in 18 months for another manager hunt. Yeah, maybe, but this manager won't finish 17th. I can guarantee that on my house. Actually, I won't say that because the wife won't agree to it. But I can assure you he won't finish 17th. Big up to you, Marcus. Thank you very much. Rodney U. Plonker. Big up Paul Watkins, I believe this is. I said, honestly, lads, why does Levy do this to us? Really hate him. Well, it kind of feels like he really hates us as well. At this stage, it feels like it's kind of going back and forth. Big up to you. Really appreciate that. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks has said, we want to win the Premier League and Champions League. Daniel Levy, 2025. Utter disgrace from the individual. I won't say that, but yes, listen, really, really frustrating. Really frustrating. Saga 26 said, Gray, Johnson, Tell, Odeberg, way over 100 million spent. Rather have 2 top-end players. The club goal is to develop, not win and compete. Again, I don't want Gray at the club. I don't want Johnson at the club. I don't want Tell at the club. I don't want Odeberg at the club. I don't want any of those players at the club. Didn't want Yang at the club. I didn't want Solanke at the club. Didn't want Richarlison at the club. This is what we do. We buy these players. People excuse them. This is where we are. Big up Saga. Really appreciate that. Big up Lee. Said, Sava, Levy has made me drink. It's not helping. Don't drink too much. Don't drink too much. Or do. It's up to you. Big up to you, Lee. Big up to Dave. Dave Fall, who's literally just putting a super sticker. Thank you very much, Dave. Really appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. Cusied said, but Romero regrets signing. Probably played by Levy. I mean, listen, the timing of Romero's new contract was it yesterday? Tuesday.
Yeah, day before, I think.
Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Whichever day. The timing, absolutely Spurs, isn't it? Absolutely Spurs. Spence and Romero. And lots of people said, you know why they've done this. Anyway, Kushed, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Big up to ES919991. I said, I need to see Akalush and Savinho. If we don't sign Savinho, has to be Fofana for me. Spurs are an absolute disgrace. Levy can't be trusted. Cool. Levy's going to be getting some hate, isn't he, over the next few days? Oh my gosh. Big up to you.
You've just run a poll on your channel, and there's over 1,500 votes. 80% have voted Levy out. See, now is the time to think about protesting because the mood's there now. You know,
it's going to be a session tomorrow.
Exactly.
Still, that is bang on, mate. If it is going to happen now, this is the one that has. I mean, I know that line's been. This is the one that has crossed it.
Dan, that's 300 people who think he's still fit for purpose. Fuck me.
Whatever turns you on at the end of the day, innit?
But look at there's 1,100, but there's 1,100 that, you know, look at the poll. It's a big poll. A lot of people.
Do you know what I think, though? If they, I feel like if they had just waited for 3-4 days after the Burnley game, this would have been so much more powerful. Anyway, listen, we'll talk about that tomorrow, guys. We'll talk about that. Krista, big up to you again. Very generous. Said, don't care who we sign from now to the end. After this tonight, killed this window for me. Even if we're signing Messi, Ronaldo type players, mate. Listen, it's Arsenal. Arsenal got Eze above us in 1 day, in 6 hours, whatever. Because it wouldn't have been 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, but they would have.
Well, you know what I mean, Sav. We know it's not 3 hours, but you get it.
In 1 day, they've managed to take our main transfer target away from us. That is totally embarrassing. Big up, Krista. Really appreciate that. Big up to Adam. Very appreciative. Says, hijack the Harvey Elliott to Leipzig deal. 40 million for a Premier League winner and improve Spurs. I'd take him. I bet we can't even get him over the line at the moment. We look like we can't get anyone over the line.
Why would he want to come to Spurs?
Vindaloo said, this is towards Wissa payment. Anything for my neighbours? Oh, you cheeky git. Big up, Vindaloo. You are always in here in good faith. So big up to you, my man. And maybe if we start a GoFundMe page, we'll get a player over the line. Big up to you. Ronnie Rosado has said, remember, fellas, this is all about grown men kicking the ball around. Let's not turn on each other. No, completely agree. Yeah, listen, sometimes things are heated, and then I assure you, when the show is finished, everyone is friends. Don't worry about that. Big up to you. Big up Rob, who said, if we don't get a minimum of 2 quality signings for the end of the window, it's the last time I back Levy. I'm sick to my stomach about Eze.
Why do you back him? Why does he back him?
I want to know. I know.
I've been Levy out since y'all were sacked.
Guys, please, I need my bed like so bad. Please let me just get these done, and we'll do this. We've got tomorrow night to go through this, and I'm live tomorrow. I'm live in 11 hours. Big up to you, Rob. Appreciate that. Chubby Funster. So Justin Kluivert can play 10 and left wing. I think he's decent. I just, again, I feel like a signing like this right now isn't going to appease the fans. This for me, we should be signing players like Justin Kluivert when we haven't qualified for Europe. Big up Chubby Funster. Peamsy, big up to you for the super sticker. Really appreciate that, my man. Thank you very much. Control base delete. It's been a member for 2 months. Thank you very much. I said Levy will never learn or change. Tonight has shown us that is true. Big up to you. Andy Lester, as we get down to the last 10. Andy Lester has said, Fofana for me, cheaper and better than Dibbling. Much better than Dibbling. Like a million miles better than Dibbling. But hey, it is what it is. Big up, Andy. Appreciate you. Give me funny, as said, Romano's new video. Arsenal came in 3 hours match Spurs offer. However, their structure matched what Palace wanted. Spurs now panic to find someone. Absolutely, my man. Big up to Fifth Elemento, who said no refunds, get the F out. Yeah, absolutely. Bourbon Buzzard has said anyone who defends this wants a seat on the board. Yeah, I don't feel like there's any defense left at all. Any defense. There can't be from anyone. No. Big up to you, Bourbon. Maybe if it had just been this, but the fact that this is bolted on to the Morgan Gibbs White debacle as well. Just looks terrible. Big up to you. Big up to somebody, Savamy. I said it's personal, not Spurs. THFC just adds more neg. Dude, listen. All I'll ask.
Take a break from Spurs, man. Yeah.
Take a break, but if there's personal shit, ring the Samaritans, ring somebody, man, a helpline. Please don't talk like that. You've got to there's always somebody who's going to listen to you, man. So there's always someone who's going to listen. Big up to you.
These guys.
Somebody's Savamy. Big up to you. Playful Spurs has said, evening, Savern panel. I'm so disappointed in the Eze situation, but I can see us now panic buying like we did with Johnson and Solanke. Agreed. I'm just hoping we get quality now. Agreed. Thanks for all the work I'm guessing, put in. You're welcome on behalf of everyone. Thank you very much. Big up to somebody saved me again and said at Intel, subnormal in chat context. Take care, folks. I don't quite know how to take that. Dude, please call someone. I feel like you need to talk to somebody. I really do. Big up to you, though. Thank you very much. Matt, I am not having this for you. Matt, you are the one who's been telling me, why can't we get Eze if we were up against Arsenal? Well, tonight showed. The moment Arsenal came in for him, see you later. So, sorry, Matt, but thank you.
Bye-bye.
Isak, the Red, has said, at this rate, we could end up with a better squad. Yes, as a Nottingham Forest fan, that is very worrying that you might have. At this stage, they're buying good footballers. Not world-class, but they've got options. They've got wingers. They've got loads of attacking midfielders. They've got loads of strikers. Embarrassing, but
are they
maybe
Europe?
right.
If you take Kudus out of our team, they've got better wingers than us.
Yeah, they're in Europa League. Forest are in the Europa League.
Yeah,
they've got much better wingers than us.
Yeah, they've sold Elanga. They've bought Cannon-Doy. They've got Hudson-Odoi. They've got Undoy. They've now got McAtee and Harvey Elliott, McAtee and Gibbs White, who are both attacking midfielders. Up front, they've got Chris Wood, Calamawundo, and
that's strong, man.
They signed another one as well, haven't they?
And Igor Jesus as well.
Igor Jesus. Yeah.
That's actually stronger than our. That's actually stronger than our attack. That's actually stronger than our attack.
They've got two good.
That's insane.
Well. 2 good centre.
And the last one, Nostradamus, has said, I'm no longer hashtag Levy out. I'm now hashtag Levy the fuck out. Yeah. Listen, I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with you, my man.
Luiz as well, Sav. They signed Douglas Luiz as well.
Yeah.
Douglas Luiz in midfield.
They have like three decent players on every position, almost 3.
Relax. Come on, we've got Tell, for fuck's sakes. Put some faith in him.
Even if you put Tell, Johnson, and Odegaard together, you haven't got a decent player.
Guys, girls, I'm gonna send you over to Jay from the Hotspur Cave. Really good young content creator who's just coming up and doing his thing. When you get over there, please show some support. Please, I know apparently I try and monopolize, but please try and smash the like button. Please subscribe and just say Sava Raid. There's 1,200 of you in here, so please go and show some support to him. Guys, absolutely shattered now. I'm going to round this off. Really shit night to be a Spurs fan. Now the dust has settled. My anger from 4 hours ago is gone, and I'm now it's Spurs. And I don't know what else to say. So listen, thank you for watching. Everybody, please don't lose sleep over this. I'm sure Spurs will disappoint us in the next 48 hours again. Take care. Much love. Go and give someone a cuddle or a kiss, whatever you got to do. Take care. And as always, come on.
Levy out.
You Spurs.
Levy out. Levy out.
And as always, come on. You Spurs.
Johnson.